Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm Lurk. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. This story is something that happened when I was a kid, and every time I tell it to someone, I feel a little uncomfortable because it makes me sound crazy. I know how it sounds. If someone else told me the same story, I might look at them with the same skeptical expression people usually give me. But it's a memory that has stayed with me clearly for years, and I remember it just as vividly now as I did back then. It happened on a warm summer morning when I was still very young. I don't remember my exact age, but I was definitely a kid. The house was quiet in the way houses usually are early in the morning when everyone is just starting their day. Sunlight was already coming through the windows and lighting up the hallway. I was standing in the hallway of our house putting on my shoes. I remember that moment clearly because it was just one of those ordinary moments people rarely think about later. I was probably getting ready to go outside or go somewhere with my mom. At that age, most mornings were simple and predictable. Our hallway connected directly to the living room. If you stood in the hallway and looked to the side, you could see straight into the center of the living room. While I was tying my shoes, I casually glanced into the living room. That was when I saw him. Standing right in the middle of the room was a man, but something about him was immediately different. He wasn't solid the way normal people are. His body looked almost transparent, like you could see through parts of him. He looked human in shape and size, but there was something strange about the way the light moved around him. The best way I can describe it is that he looked like a see-through figure surrounded by light. Not normal light either. It was like soft rainbow-colored light was glowing around him. The colors were faint but clearly visible, almost like sunlight shining through glass and spreading into different colors. The man was standing calmly in the middle of the room, and he was reading a book. That detail stuck with me because it felt so normal in the middle of something that should have been strange. He wasn't looking at me. He didn't move toward me. He didn't even react to my presence. He just stood there quietly, reading. Even more strange was how I felt in that moment. You would think that a child seeing something like that would be terrified. Most kids would probably scream or run away, but I didn't feel scared at all. In fact, the room felt incredibly calm. It felt warm and peaceful, almost like the whole space was filled with some kind of comforting energy. I know that sounds like a strange way to describe it, but that's exactly how it felt. There was no sense of danger, no fear, just this quiet feeling of warmth. So I looked at him for a few seconds, then I shrugged, and I went about my day. Looking back now, I think the only reason I reacted that way was because I was too young to really understand what I was seeing. Kids sometimes accept strange things much more easily than adults do. If something unusual happens, they might just treat it as another normal part of the world. That's exactly what I did. I didn't tell anyone that day. I didn't panic. I just forgot about it. A few days later, something interesting happened. That night, my mom was putting me to bed like she usually did. Part of our routine was that she would read me a bedtime story before I went to sleep. I loved those moments because it was quiet and peaceful, and hearing stories always helped me relax before bed. On that particular night, she was reading a story about a child who meets an angel. I don't remember the exact title of the story anymore, and I don't remember every detail about the plot. But I do remember the part where the author described what the angel looked like. As my mom was reading that description, something immediately caught my attention. The author described the angel appearing surrounded by rainbow-colored light. They described the angel appearing peacefully, sometimes reading or holding a book. The moment I heard that description, something clicked in my mind, because it sounded exactly like the man I had seen in the living room a few days earlier. Without thinking much about it, I casually said something to my mom. I said, "Oh, I've seen an angel then." My mom paused for a moment and asked what I meant. I told her about the man I had seen standing in the living room. I explained that he had been surrounded by rainbow light and that he had been reading a book. At the time, my mom didn't react in a dramatic way. She simply smiled and said something like, "You have? That's wonderful." Then she continued reading the story. We didn't really talk about it again after that. Life moved on like normal. Time passed, and the memory of that morning slowly became just another strange childhood moment that I didn't think about very often. But then something happened later that made the entire experience feel very different. One day, for some reason, I asked my mom if I could see a picture of my grandfather. This was my mom's father. He had died unexpectedly while my mom was pregnant with me, which meant I had never met him in my life. I had heard about him, of course, but I had never seen what he looked like. My mom went to find an old family photo album. We sat down together and started flipping through the pages. The album had pictures from many different moments in my parents' lives. Eventually, we reached the pictures from my parents' wedding. The wedding had taken place exactly 1 year before I was born. There was one photograph in particular that showed a small group of people sitting together at a table during the celebration. Everyone in the picture looked happy. They were laughing and talking together. The moment I saw that photo, my attention immediately focused on one person, a man sitting in the middle of the group. Without thinking about it, I pointed directly at him, and I said something that completely shocked my mom. I said, "That's funny. He looks just like the angel I saw." The moment I said that, my mom's face changed instantly. She turned completely pale. She stared at the photograph and then looked back at me. That was when she told me something that made the entire situation feel strange. The man I had pointed to in the photograph was my grandfather, the grandfather I had never met, the grandfather who had died before I was even born. The man in the picture looked exactly like the figure I had seen standing in our living room, surrounded by rainbow light. Even now, years later, I still think about that moment. I know how it sounds. People usually assume there must be some other explanation. Maybe I had seen his photo before without realizing it. Maybe my memory changed over time. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I know what I remember seeing that morning. A calm, transparent man standing in the living room surrounded by soft rainbow light, quietly reading a book. And the first time I ever saw a photograph of my grandfather, I recognized him instantly. That's why I've always believed that somehow, in some way, he visited me that day. I was very young when this happened, and even though so many years have passed, the memory is still vivid in a way that surprises me. Some fears fade as you grow older, but others settle deep inside you and stay there unchanged. This was one of those moments for me. It wasn't just something scary that happened. It was something that shaped how fear felt to me for a long time afterward. I was 6 years old at the time, but the story really began a year earlier, when I was 5. One night, late in the evening, my mother had a friend over. The house was quiet in the way it usually is at night, when lights are low and adults think children are asleep. I remember running quickly behind the couch, trying to stay out of sight. I wasn't supposed to be watching TV, especially not that late, but curiosity got the better of me. My mom and her friend decided to watch a scary movie called Mama. Now, looking back as an adult, I know it isn't considered an extremely scary movie, but when you're 5 years old, your sense of fear is very different. You don't have the ability to separate fiction from reality very well. Everything feels possible. Everything feels real. And to me, that movie was the scariest thing I had ever seen. I watched parts of it from behind the couch, peeking out when I thought it was safe, then hiding again when something frightening happened. The images stuck in my head immediately, the dark scenes, the strange movements, the feeling that something unnatural was always lurking just out of sight. I didn't understand the story fully, but I understood the fear, and that was enough. That night changed something in me. After that, I started having nightmares, not just once or twice, but regularly. I would wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced something was in my room. Shadows looked wrong. Sounds felt threatening. I slept with my blankets pulled tight around me, afraid to move. Those nightmares didn't stop quickly either. They followed me for years. I was still having them until I was around 8 years old. But back to the main night. After the movie ended, I finally went back to my room. My mom's friend had brought her son with her, and he was staying over. He was older than me, around 11 years old. There were 2 beds in the room, and he was sleeping in the second one. I remember sitting on my bed still shaken and telling him how scary the movie was. I needed someone to understand how afraid I felt. I wanted reassurance, but he didn't care at all. He brushed it off like it was nothing. He told me it wasn't scary, that he had seen much worse movies, and that I was overreacting. At the time, that made me feel small and embarrassed. I already felt scared, and now I felt foolish for being scared. I stayed quiet after that, lying in bed, staring into the darkness, replaying scenes from the movie in my head. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. A year later, my mom's friend and her son came over again. By then, I was 6 years old. Even though a year had passed, I was still clearly scared of that movie. The fear hadn't faded. The nightmares had slowed down, but the images were still there, sitting quietly in my mind, ready to come back whenever I thought about them. He knew I was still scared, and instead of leaving it alone, he decided to use it against me. At some point during the visit, he told me to go into the basement bathroom and wait there. I don't remember exactly how he said it, but I remember trusting him enough to do it. He was older. He acted confident. I didn't think he would do anything truly bad. The basement itself already made me uneasy. Basements always felt colder, darker, and quieter than the rest of the house. Sounds echoed differently down there. The light never felt as bright, but I did what he said. I went into the bathroom and waited. I stood there alone, the door closed, the hum of the house barely audible above me. Remember feeling nervous, but I didn't know why. I told myself everything was fine. I was just waiting. Nothing was happening. Then, without warning, the door burst open. Before I could even react, he came into the bathroom wearing a Halloween costume. I don't remember every detail of it, but I remember that it was meant to be scary. He started screaming loudly, deliberately, right in front of me. At the same time, he shut off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Everything happened at once. The screaming, the darkness, the sudden movement. Then he grabbed me. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I didn't understand it as a prank. I didn't understand it as a joke. To me, it felt exactly like the movie, like the nightmares. Like the thing I had been afraid of for a year had suddenly become real. I fell to the ground. I don't remember deciding to fall. My legs just gave out. I hit the floor hard and immediately started crying. Not quiet crying, not embarrassed. Crying. Full panic. Terror. My chest hurt. I couldn't breathe properly. I felt trapped, helpless, and completely overwhelmed. That moment felt endless. Eventually, the situation was stopped. Lights came back on. Adults intervened. But by then, the damage was already done. I was shaking uncontrollably, sobbing, unable to calm down. I remember feeling humiliated, scared, and betrayed all at once. It was the scariest thing I had ever experienced. Not because of the costume itself, but because of how real the fear felt. It wasn't playful fear, it wasn't excitement, it was pure panic, the kind that makes your body shut down, the kind that teaches you what terror feels like before you're old enough to understand it. That experience stayed with me. For a long time after that, I was afraid of dark rooms, especially bathrooms and basements. Sudden noises made me jump. Being grabbed unexpectedly, even playfully, made my heart race. The nightmares came back stronger for a while. My mind kept replaying that moment, mixing it with scenes from the movie until everything blurred together. As I got older, I understood that he thought it was funny, that he didn't grasp how deeply it affected me. But understanding that didn't erase the fear. It didn't change how real it felt at the time. What makes it worse is how small and powerless I was. I trusted him. I did what he told me to do, and that trust was used to scare me in the most intense way I had ever experienced. Even now, when I think about it, I can still feel that moment. The sudden darkness, the screaming, the shock of being grabbed, the way the floor felt when I hit it. Fear like that leaves a mark, especially when it happens so young. People often dismiss childhood fear as something harmless, something you'll just grow out of. But moments like that don't always disappear. They shape how you react to the world. They teach your body what danger feels like, even when your mind knows you're safe. That night in that basement bathroom, fear stopped being imaginary for me. It became something real, and even though I grew up, even though I know now that it was a cruel prank and nothing more, that moment still stands as one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. A couple of years ago, something happened that completely changed the way I think about safety, trust, and what people are capable of. Even now, when I think about it, there's a tight feeling in my chest that I can't fully shake. It wasn't something that happened to me directly, but it happened close enough that it felt personal, too close. The attack happened on the same street where my family was living at the time, not across town, not in a different neighborhood. It was less than a 5-minute walk from our house, a place we passed regularly without a second thought, a place that had always felt ordinary, quiet, and familiar. That's what made it so terrifying. From the outside, it was just another house on a residential street. Families lived there, people came and went, kids played nearby. Nothing about it suggested that something horrific would unfold there. And yet, one night, everything changed. A few people were brutally attacked and robbed inside that house. The details that came out afterward were almost impossible to process. What stood out most was that they were incredibly lucky to be alive. That phrase kept coming up when people talked about it. Lucky to be alive. And the more I learned about what happened, the more I understood just how true that was. One of the victims had his throat slit. Just writing that still feels unreal. A violent, deliberate act meant to kill. Somehow, against all odds, he didn't die immediately. Instead, badly injured and bleeding, he managed to escape the house. He stumbled down the street, desperate, barely holding on, and made it to another home nearby. He knocked on the door. Imagine being the family inside that house. You hear a knock late at night. You open the door and see a man standing there, severely injured, his throat cut, bleeding, clearly in shock. Most people wouldn't hesitate. You wouldn't stop to think. You'd let him in. You'd call for help. That's exactly what they did. They brought him inside and called 911. But the nightmare didn't end there. The man who had slit his throat followed him. While the family was trying to help, while they were on the phone with emergency services, the attacker walked right through the door. He used the moment of chaos and compassion as an opportunity. He attacked the family inside the house. The idea of that still makes my stomach turn. It wasn't random violence fueled by panic. It wasn't someone lashing out in a moment of desperation. It was calculated. He knew what would happen. He knew someone would open the door. He knew they would be distracted, focused on helping, focused on saving a life. And he used that exact moment to strike again. Thankfully, the police were already on their way. Officers arrived quickly and were able to stop him before anyone was killed. Miraculously, everyone survived. But survived doesn't really capture what they went through. They were all severely injured, physically and emotionally. Their lives were changed forever in a matter of minutes. When the news spread through the neighborhood, it felt like a shockwave. People stood outside talking in hushed voices. Parents pulled their kids closer. Doors were locked earlier than usual. Lights stayed on late into the night. No one could believe something like that had happened so close to home. For me, the hardest part wasn't just the violence itself. It was the mindset behind it. I couldn't stop thinking about what kind of person you have to be to do something like that. To slit someone's throat, knowing they might survive long enough to seek help. To follow them, knowing exactly what would happen next. To rely on human kindness as a weapon. To turn compassion into an opportunity for more violence. That thought haunted me. I kept replaying it in my head. The attacker knew someone would open the door. He knew someone would call 911. He knew there would be a moment of vulnerability, and he chose to exploit it. That level of cruelty and awareness is terrifying. It's not just violence, it's manipulation. It's using the basic instincts of good people against them. After that, my sense of safety was never the same. I started questioning everything I had always assumed. I had grown up believing that if someone was hurt, you help them. That if someone knocked on your door asking for help, you open it. That doing the right thing would protect you. That kindness was safe. Suddenly, none of that felt certain anymore. I found myself thinking, what would I do in that situation? If someone knocked on my door late at night, injured and desperate, would I let them in? Would I hesitate? Would I try to help from behind a locked door? Would I call 911 without opening it? And if I did hesitate, would that make me a bad person? Those questions didn't have easy answers. What made it even harder was knowing who lived nearby. My grandparents were right there. My nieces and nephew were right there. People I loved, people I wanted to protect. The idea that something like that could happen within walking distance of them kept me awake at night. For a long time after, I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside felt louder. Every knock, even during the day, made my heart jump. I checked locks more than once. I replayed worst-case scenarios in my head, imagining what I would do if someone came to the door in trouble, or if someone tried to force their way inside. I hated that fear had taken root like that, but I couldn't ignore it. The reality was that someone nearby had done something unimaginably violent, and they hadn't hesitated to hurt strangers who were only trying to help. The street eventually went back to normal, at least on the surface. The police tape came down. The news trucks left. People returned to their routines, but something invisible had changed. The sense of innocence was gone. The assumption that terrible things only happened somewhere else no longer felt true. What stays with me most is how thin the line was between ordinary life and absolute chaos. One knock on a door, one decision to help, one moment of trust. I still believe in helping people. I still believe most people are good. But that experience taught me that there are exceptions, and those exceptions can be devastating. It taught me that awareness matters, that caution isn't cruelty, and that protecting your loved ones sometimes means thinking through situations that feel uncomfortable to question. I don't blame the family who opened the door, not for a second. They did what most of us would have done. They acted out of compassion. The blame belongs entirely to the person who chose to exploit that compassion in the most violent way possible. Even now, years later, I think about how close it all was, how easily it could have been someone else, how easily it could have been my family. That knowledge doesn't fade. It sits quietly in the background, shaping how I see the world. That night proved something I wish I had never learned, that sometimes the most dangerous people don't just rely on force, they rely on our humanity. And once you realize that, it's impossible to unsee it. I still lock my doors. I still check on my family. and I still hope I never have to face a moment like that myself. But if I do, I know it won't be simple, because after seeing what happened so close to home, I understand just how complicated survival, fear, and kindness can become when they collide. Around 2 months ago, something happened in my town that completely shattered the sense of safety most of us had taken for granted. I live in a small town in Connecticut, the kind of place where people recognize each other at the grocery store, where serious crime is rare, and where news usually spreads through casual conversation rather than police tape and reporters. Things like this simply aren't supposed to happen here. That's why, when the story first broke, it felt unreal. A woman had gone missing. At first, the details were vague. People heard whispers before anything official was released. A woman hadn't shown up where she was supposed to be. No one could reach her. Her phone was silent. Hours passed, then days. Before long, it was clear that this wasn't just someone taking time to themselves or going off the grid. Something was wrong. Her name was Jennifer Dulos. Once her disappearance became public, the entire town seemed to hold its breath. Police launched a full investigation almost immediately. Search teams were organized. Roads were checked. Neighbors were questioned. Flyers appeared. Patrol cars became a constant presence. For a place like ours, it was shocking. People locked their doors more carefully. Parents kept a closer eye on their kids. Conversations everywhere revolved around the same question: how could someone just vanish like this? As the investigation continued, attention slowly began to shift toward her ex-husband. Jennifer and her husband had divorced a few years earlier, but the separation had not been peaceful. They were still locked in a bitter custody battle over their children. Court hearings, legal filings, and ongoing disputes had kept tensions high long after the marriage ended. People who followed the case closely began to notice that this wasn't just a distant legal disagreement. It was personal, emotional, angry. When police searched Jennifer's home, they found something that made the situation far more disturbing. Bloodstains were discovered in the garage. That discovery changed everything. Up until that point, there was still hope that she might be found alive. Maybe she had been taken. Maybe she had run. Maybe there was some explanation no one had considered yet. But blood in the garage suggested violence. It suggested a struggle. It suggested that whatever had happened, it likely began at home. As more information came out, the story grew darker. Investigators began tracking the movements of her ex-husband in the days following her disappearance. Surveillance footage became a key part of the case. Cameras in different areas captured images that raised serious questions. Videos showed him and his current girlfriend dumping large numbers of garbage bags into dumpsters in Hartford, Connecticut. Not just 1 or 2 bags, but many over multiple locations. That alone was suspicious. Then came another detail that made people feel sick. Investigators believed he had also gone to an incinerator with garbage bags. The implications of that were horrifying. Incinerators destroy evidence completely. Whatever goes in doesn't come back out. The idea that someone might use one to dispose of evidence tied to a missing person was chilling. It suggested planning. It suggested an attempt to erase someone entirely. What made this even more unsettling was his line of work. He owned a construction company. Because of that, it wouldn't have been unusual for employees to transport materials, debris, or garbage bags as part of their job. If workers were asked to take bags to an incinerator, they likely wouldn't question it. It would have seemed normal, routine, just another task. That possibility made the situation feel even more disturbing, not just because of what may have been done, but because of how easily it could have been hidden in plain sight. As weeks passed, the investigation continued, but answers remained frustratingly incomplete. Then, more recently, another development surfaced. Some of Jennifer's bloodied clothing was found in a dumpster. That discovery confirmed what many people had already feared. She had been injured. She had bled. Whatever happened to her was violent. Still, despite all of this, the case remains unresolved. The investigation is ongoing. Evidence has been collected. Suspects have been questioned. But as of now, authorities have not been able to definitively prove the ex-husband's guilt in a court of law. There is suspicion. There are disturbing details. There are connections that feel impossible to ignore. And yet, legally, the case remains open. That uncertainty is one of the hardest parts. Living in the same town while this unfolds has been deeply unsettling. It's one thing to hear about crimes like this on the news, happening somewhere far away. It's another thing entirely when it's your town, your streets, your grocery store, your community. The places mentioned in news articles are places you've driven past, walked by, or visited without a second thought. People talk about it constantly, but often in hushed tones. There's fear, but also disbelief. Many still struggle to accept that something so horrific could happen here. Others feel anger, some feel helpless, everyone feels uneasy. What makes the case especially disturbing is how ordinary everything looked before it happened. Jennifer was a mother, a neighbor, someone living her life, dealing with the same struggles so many people face. Divorce, custody battles, stress. None of that is unusual. What followed was. It forces you to think about how quickly things can turn dark, how personal conflicts can escalate into something unimaginable, how the people closest to us can sometimes be the most dangerous. The fact that the investigation is still ongoing leaves a constant sense of tension in the air. There's no closure, no final answer, just unanswered questions and the knowledge that someone is missing, likely gone forever, while the truth remains just out of reach. For those who want to understand the full scope of what happened, the case has been widely covered. Searching Jennifer Dulos will bring up countless articles, timelines, and updates. Each one adds another layer to a story that already feels overwhelming. For me, though, it's not just a headline or a true crime case. It's something that happened here. Something that changed how safe this town feels. Something that reminds me that even in quiet places, even in communities where nothing ever happens, terrible things can still unfold. And the most unsettling part is that until the truth is fully uncovered, until there is real justice, that feeling won't go away. It lingers. It sits in the background of everyday life, a constant reminder that sometimes the most horrifying stories don't happen somewhere else. Sometimes they happen right where you live. I was told this story by my great-grandfather when he was still alive, and even now, years later, it stays with me in a way few stories ever have. He didn't tell it often, and when he did, it wasn't dramatic or exaggerated. He spoke about it calmly, almost quietly, but there was something in his voice that made it clear how deeply it had stayed with him. It wasn't just a childhood memory, it was a moment that had followed him his entire life. When this happened, he was only a small child. He grew up in rural Missouri, in a time when life was simpler in some ways, but also far more dangerous. Their family lived in a small cottage surrounded by woods and open land. There were no paved roads, no nearby towns, and no modern conveniences. Everything they needed came from the land around them. Water had to be collected by hand. Food was grown, hunted, or traded. Nature wasn't something you visited for fun. It was something you lived inside of every day. One day, his mother needed to fetch water from a nearby creek. It was about half a mile from their cottage, far enough that it required a deliberate trip, but close enough that it was part of their regular routine. She placed him on the horse with her, sitting in front so she could keep an eye on him as they rode. He remembered the horse clearly, steady and familiar, used to carrying them along the narrow path that wound through the trees. At the time, he didn't understand why his mother was so alert. He remembered her posture being tense, her eyes constantly scanning the tree line as they rode. As a child, he thought nothing of it. To him, it was just another trip to the creek. He was excited, curious, and full of energy, unaware of the dangers that surrounded them. When they reached the creek, she dismounted and helped him down. The water was shallow, only a few inches deep, clear enough to see the stones at the bottom. It was peaceful, quiet, and calm. Birds chirped overhead and the sunlight filtered through. The trees. To a child, it felt safe, inviting. He stepped into the creek and began to play, splashing water with his hands, watching it ripple around his feet. That was when everything changed. Without warning, his mother began screaming, not shouting his name, not calling for help, screaming in pure terror. He remembered the sound of it clearly, even decades later. He said it was a sound he had never heard before and never heard again. It wasn't just fear, it was panic, urgency, and desperation all at once. She was shouting at something across the creek, her voice breaking as she yelled. At first, he didn't understand what was happening. He was confused, frozen in place, still standing in the middle of the water. Then she grabbed him. She didn't gently pull him out. She yanked him from the creek with a strength that surprised him, lifting him up and placing him onto the horse in one swift motion. He remembered her hands shaking as she did it. She climbed onto the horse behind him, turned it sharply, and kicked it into motion. The horse responded immediately, sensing the urgency. It didn't hesitate. It bolted forward, hooves pounding against the dirt as they fled. As they rode away, my great-grandfather did something that would stay with him forever. He looked back. Behind them, on the other side of the creek, he saw it. A mountain lion. He described it as large, powerful, and terrifyingly fast. Its body was low to the ground, muscles rippling beneath its fur as it charged toward them. This wasn't an animal hesitating or watching from a distance. It was actively attacking. It had chosen its target, and it was moving with purpose. The creek offered no real obstacle. The water was shallow, barely slowing it down. He watched as the mountain lion entered the creek, splashing through it, closing the distance. He said it made it about halfway across before the gap between them finally began to widen. The horse had enough of a head start, just enough. They escaped. He remembered clinging to his mother as the horse ran, his heart pounding, his mind unable to fully understand what he had just seen. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He was too shocked for that. He just held on, feeling the powerful movement of the horse beneath them and the frantic rise and fall of his mother's breathing. They didn't stop until they were safely back at the cottage. Only later did he begin to understand how close he had come to death. As he grew older, he realized something else that made the memory even more unsettling. His mother almost always carried a rifle with her when she went out, especially when traveling to the creek or through the woods. It was a normal precaution in those days. Predators were common and people knew the risks. She was careful, prepared, but for some reason that day she didn't have it. He never knew why. Maybe she thought it would be a quick trip. Maybe she had set it down and forgotten. Maybe she assumed it was safe. Whatever the reason, that single difference could have changed everything. If she had been slower to react, if the horse had hesitated, if the mountain lion had been just a little faster, the outcome would have been very different. There would have been no story to tell. No memory passed down, no future generations. That realization is what makes the story so frightening to me. It's not just about a close call with a wild animal. It's about how fragile existence really is, how entire family lines can hinge on a single moment, a single reaction, a few seconds of distance. My great-grandfather survived because his mother screamed at the right moment. because she acted without hesitation, because the horse ran when it needed to. If any one of those things had gone differently, I wouldn't be here. That thought has always stayed with me. When he told the story, he didn't dramatize it. He didn't talk about fear or trauma. He simply stated what happened. But there was something heavy in the way he spoke about looking back and seeing the mountain lion charging through the creek. That image never left him. He said he could still see it clearly, even in old age. He lived a long life after that. He raised a family. He worked, struggled, laughed, and grew old. But that moment, that narrow escape, remained a fixed point in his memory, a reminder of how close he came to being taken by nature before he ever had the chance to live. For me, the story carries a different weight. I didn't experience it. I didn't see the mountain lion or feel the horse running beneath me, but I exist because that moment ended the way it did. My life and the lives of everyone who came after him were balanced on the edge of a creek in rural Missouri with a predator charging from the trees. That realization is humbling and terrifying all at once. It reminds me that history isn't just made up of wars and famous events. It's made up of small, almost invisible moments. A mother screaming, a child being pulled from the water, a horse running fast enough, a predator falling just short. Sometimes survival isn't about strength or weapons or preparation. Sometimes it's about instinct, timing, and luck. And sometimes the distance between life and death is only a few inches of water in a creek. That's what makes the story so powerful to me. Not just the danger, but the closeness of it. The fact that everything I know, everyone I love, traces back to a moment where death nearly reached out and grabbed hold, but missed. And every time I think about it, I'm reminded of how easily the story of my family could have ended before it ever truly began. One of my co-workers told me this story, and even hearing it secondhand still makes my skin crawl. It's one of those situations that starts off so ordinary that you can easily imagine yourself doing the exact same thing she did, which is probably why it's so unsettling. She lives in a townhouse on the very top floor. It's a fairly normal place, nothing fancy, nothing run down. Just a quiet residential neighborhood where people go about their lives without expecting anything strange to happen. Like most townhouses, there's an attic space above her ceiling, not somewhere she ever had a reason to go. Every now and then, she would hear a faint rustling sound coming from above her. It wasn't constant, just occasional movement, usually at night when everything else was quiet. At first, she brushed it off completely. Old buildings make noise, wood expands and contracts, pipes shift, and if it was anything else, she assumed it was probably rats or some other small animal. She told herself she was overthinking it. Weeks went by, then months. The sounds would come and go. Sometimes she wouldn't hear anything for days. Other times there would be a soft scraping or shuffling noise that lasted a few seconds and then stopped. It was never loud enough to feel urgent, just enough to notice and then forget about. So she ignored it. Then one day the noise was different. It was louder, more deliberate, not just a quick scuffle or a random sound. It went on longer than usual, and it didn't sound small. It sounded like something shifting its weight, like movement with intention behind it. That was the moment she finally admitted to herself that something wasn't right. She decided it was time to call someone to deal with the problem. An exterminator, maybe, or maintenance. But before doing that, she wanted to be sure there was actually something there. She didn't want to sound ridiculous calling for help over something that might turn out to be nothing. So she decided to check the attic herself. She didn't go up there confidently or casually. She was nervous. Her heart was already beating faster than normal as she pulled down the attic access. She didn't climb all the way up at first. Instead, she slowly raised herself just enough to get a view inside. But even then, she didn't want to stick her head up there. Something about the space felt wrong. Instead of looking directly, she pulled out her phone and held it up into the opening. She snapped a photo, figuring she could look at it safely on her screen afterward. If it was rats, she'd see signs of them. If it was nothing, she'd feel silly but relieved. She lowered herself back down and looked at the photo. What she saw made her blood run cold. There was a man in her attic, not crouched like he had just climbed in, not frozen like he had been caught off guard. He was positioned in a way that made it clear he had been there for a long time. There were belongings around him, items, placed deliberately. It wasn't someone passing through, it was someone living there. He had been sleeping above her ceiling, watching her come and go, listening to her life from just a few feet away. She told me that her body went completely numb when she realized what she was looking at. For a moment, she couldn't even scream. Her mind struggled to catch up with the reality of it. All those nights she had been alone in her home, feeling safe, unaware that someone was right above her the entire time. She immediately called the police. Officers arrived quickly, and when they searched the attic, they confirmed what the photo had already shown. The man had been living there for quite some time. He had made himself comfortable. He knew the layout of the house. He knew her routine. As the investigation continued, things got even worse. It turned out he hadn't just been living in her attic. He had been doing this in multiple townhouses around the neighborhood, moving from attic to attic, finding access points, staying hidden, watching people without their knowledge. The police arrested him that same day. From what she was told, he had a history of doing this. He would find places where people rarely checked their attic spaces, especially top-floor units, and quietly move in. Some of the residents had heard noises too. Most of them had ignored it, just like she had. That realization hit her hard. If the noise hadn't gotten louder that day, if she hadn't finally decided to check, there's no telling how long he would have stayed there. Weeks? Months? Longer? The thought of that still terrifies her. She showed me the photo once. I wish she hadn't. There's something deeply disturbing about seeing proof of a person hiding in a place you associate with safety. It wasn't blurry or unclear. It was unmistakable. A human presence where no human should ever be. Knowing that the photo was taken just feet below him, without him knowing at the time, made it even worse. That image still haunts me, not just because of what it shows, but because of what it represents. The idea that someone can live so close to you, in your own home, without you knowing. That the sounds you dismiss, the instincts you ignore, might be warning you about something far more dangerous than you ever imagined. Every time I hear a strange noise in my own house now, I think about that story. I think about how easy it is to explain things away, how comforting denial can be, and how terrifying it is to realize that sometimes the thing you're afraid of really is there, waiting quietly just out of sight. I want to start by explaining something important about myself, because it adds context to why this experience was so terrifying. At the time this happened, I was a small 23-year-old woman. I wasn't particularly strong, I didn't have any self-defense training, and I had never been in a situation where I genuinely feared for my safety like this before. That alone made everything feel amplified. But there were other factors that made it even worse. Not long before this happened, I had gone through a breakup with my ex. We had been living together, and after the breakup, he moved out. That left me alone in the house we had shared. It was a 3-bedroom, 1.5-bath house, which suddenly felt far too big for one person. I stayed there with our animals, trying to convince myself that I was fine and that I didn't need to be scared. just because I was on my own for the first time. In reality, I was already a little on edge. It was my first time living alone. Every sound felt louder. Every creak of the house made me pause. I double-checked locks more often than I ever had before. I told myself this was normal, that it would pass once I got used to being alone. I didn't want to feel weak or paranoid, so I pushed those feelings aside. That night, I went to bed like any other night. Nothing felt off when I fell asleep. The house was quiet. The animals were settled. I remember thinking that I was starting to feel more comfortable, that maybe living alone wasn't going to be as scary as I thought. Then, at around 2 in the morning, everything changed. I was asleep when my dog suddenly jumped off my bed, not slowly, not lazily. She darted off like she had been launched. Immediately, she started barking at the top of her lungs. This wasn't her normal bark. This was frantic, aggressive, full-body barking, the kind that makes your heart stop before you're even fully awake. I shot upright in bed, completely disoriented. Before I could even process what was happening, I heard something else. The sound of leaves crunching outside my bedroom window. My bedroom window faced the yard, and hearing that noise at 2 in the morning sent a shock of fear straight through me. Before I could calm myself or rationalize it, there was another sound. Someone tapped on my window. At first, it was light, almost hesitant. I froze completely. I didn't move. I didn't breathe properly. I just sat there, staring into the darkness, listening. The tapping continued. It got louder, more deliberate, like whoever was out there knew someone was inside and was trying to get their attention. My dog continued barking like a maniac, throwing herself towards the window, growling and snapping in a way I had never heard from her before. Her reaction alone told me this wasn't nothing. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't the wind. Someone was right outside my bedroom. I sat there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably around 2 full minutes. The tapping didn't stop. It got harder, more insistent. Every tap made my stomach drop lower. My mind raced through every horrible possibility. I didn't scream. I didn't call out. I didn't know what to do. Finally, pure adrenaline took over. I grabbed my phone, jumped out of bed, and ran out of my bedroom into the living room. I didn't even think about turning on lights. I just wanted distance between myself and that window. I stood there, shaking, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. That's when I heard something even worse. There are 2 entrances to my house. One is the front door. The other is a door off the kitchen. I heard someone at the kitchen door, not knocking, trying to open it. I heard the doorknob being twisted back and forth frantically, then the sound of someone slamming their body against the door, over and over again, trying to force it open. The only thing stopping them was the lock. I cannot describe the level of fear that hit me in that moment. It felt like my entire body went cold. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. My thoughts were a mess. I didn't know if I should hide, run, scream, or call for help. My first instinct was to call someone I knew. I called my girlfriend. She was my new girlfriend, not the one I had been living with before. I woke her up in a panic and tried to explain what was happening, my voice breaking as I spoke. I remember screaming into the phone, "What do I do? What do I do?" She didn't hesitate. She sounded instantly alert and terrified for me. She said, "What the hell? Call the police right now." As I hung up with her and started dialing 911, the noise at the kitchen door suddenly stopped. For a split second, the silence felt even worse. Then I saw him. Through the kitchen window, I saw a man's face. He was standing there, looking inside my house. Our eyes met. That moment is burned into my memory. I felt like I was going to throw up. I nearly lost control of my bladder from sheer fear. I had never seen this man before in my life, and yet here he was, in the middle of the night, staring directly at me through my window. He didn't look calm. He didn't look confused. He looked angry. He rounded the corner of my house toward the front door, and immediately started doing the same thing there, twisting the knob violently, slamming on the door with his hands and body, yelling at the top of his lungs. I couldn't make out what he was saying. It was loud, aggressive, and completely unintelligible. It sounded like rage, not words. I finally got through to the 911 dispatcher. I was crying, shaking, barely able to speak. I told her someone was trying to break into my house, that I was alone, that he was yelling and trying to force the doors open. She told me that a patrol car was already nearby and that officers were on their way. She told me to stay inside and find a safe place. I didn't hesitate. I ran back to my bedroom, dragging my dog with me, and locked the door behind us. I hid as far from the door as I could, sitting on the floor, holding my dog tightly while she continued to growl and bark. Every sound outside made me flinch. I was convinced that at any second I would hear glass shatter or the door give way. Then, suddenly, everything went quiet. No yelling, no banging, no footsteps. The silence was almost worse than the noise. I stayed in my room for several minutes, barely breathing, afraid to move. Eventually, I forced myself to get up and carefully peek out, expecting to see police lights or officers outside. There was nothing. The patrol car was already gone. About 30 minutes later, my phone rang. It was an officer calling to explain what had happened. He told me that the man had been extremely drunk and had mistaken my house for his own. He believed his wife had locked him out, which was why he was so angry and trying to get inside. Hearing that explanation didn't make me feel better. If anything, it made my stomach twist. Drunk people don't think clearly. Drunk people don't act rationally. Drunk people can become violent very quickly, especially when they're angry and confused. The fact that he thought I was his wife made it even worse. I can't stop thinking about what would have happened if my doors hadn't been locked. I lock my doors religiously, and that habit likely saved me. If he had managed to get inside and found me alone, terrified and half his size, I don't know how that situation would have ended. Even if he hadn't meant harm, confusion and alcohol are a dangerous combination. And if in his drunken state he had mistaken me for his wife, the situation could have escalated in ways I don't even want to imagine. That night changed me. I became more cautious, more aware. I trusted my instincts more. I stopped feeling silly for being afraid and started accepting that fear can exist for a reason. I still think about that night sometimes, about the tapping on the window, about his face staring back at me, about how close I came to something far worse. And every single night, without exception, I lock my doors. This happened about 4 years ago, and even now, thinking about it, still makes my hands feel tight on an imaginary steering wheel. It's one of those experiences that doesn't fade with time. It sits in your body. It changes how you react to headlights behind you, how you judge silence, how long 45 minutes can really feel. That night, I was driving my friend home from an out-of-state karate tournament. We had been gone all weekend, exhausted, sore, and just ready to be back somewhere familiar. It was late. Really late, around 2 in the morning. We decided to take the back roads through North Carolina instead of the highway. It seemed quieter, faster, and easier at the time. The road we were on felt endless. Miles and miles of farmland and woods. No gas stations, no stores, no houses close together. Just dark fields, tree lines, and the occasional mailbox reflecting the moonlight. The moon was bright that night, bright enough that you could see the outlines of trees and fences without needing your high beams. That almost made it worse. Everything was visible, but nothing felt safe. We were both tired but alert. I was focused on the road, keeping a steady speed, just wanting to get her home and then make the long drive back myself. Nothing felt wrong at first. The road was quiet, empty, peaceful in that eerie rural way. Then I took a turn. As I came out of the curve, I saw headlights pull onto the road behind me. At first, it didn't register as anything unusual. Cars exist. People drive at night, especially on weekends. I barely thought about it, but within seconds, those headlights closed the distance between us way too fast. The car behind me raced right up to my bumper. Not just close, uncomfortably close. The kind of close where you can't see their headlights anymore, only the glow. The kind of close that makes you instinctively check your rearview mirror over and over, hoping they'll back off. They didn't. They stayed right there. I slowed down slightly, thinking maybe they were just coming up fast and would pass me. The road was empty. There was nothing stopping them. But they didn't pass. They stayed glued to me, matching every move I made. A couple of minutes passed, then more. That's when the fear started creeping in. I tried to stay calm. I reminded myself that people tailgate sometimes. Maybe they were impatient. Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they were just being an asshole. I didn't want to jump to worst-case scenarios, but something felt wrong. My friend noticed it too. She didn't say anything at first, but I could feel the tension shift in the car. The silence became heavier. Eventually she asked quietly, "Are they following us?" I didn't answer right away because I didn't want to say yes out loud. At the time, I wanted to go into law enforcement. I had that mindset of staying calm, observing, not panicking. My friend was a country girl, tough, used to back roads and darkness, so we both put on brave faces. We joked a little. We told ourselves it was nothing, but honestly, we were terrified. The car stayed on my bumper for miles. No flashing lights, no attempt to pass, no honking. Just relentless pressure, like they were hurting us, pushing us forward. I started taking turns faster than I normally would, then faster than I should have. I pushed the speed up to 70, then 80, sometimes more. These were cracked concrete back roads, uneven and poorly lit. Deer country, the kind of place where one wrong move ends everything. I kept thinking, please don't let a deer jump out. Please don't let a tire blow. Please don't let me lose control. The car behind me never backed off. They took every turn with us, stayed just as close, never passed. At that point, the fear was no longer abstract. It was physical. My chest felt tight. My hands started to ache from gripping the wheel so hard. Time slowed down in that awful way where every second stretches, but you're painfully aware of how long it's been going on. We talked about calling the police. Then reality hit us. We were deep in unfamiliar back roads. No clear landmarks. No idea where we actually were. We didn't even know if we had cell service strong enough to reach a 911 dispatcher. And if we did get through, what would we tell them? We're on a dark road somewhere between nowhere, and someone is chasing us. 45 minutes. That's how long it went on. 45 minutes of speeding, heart pounding, checking mirrors, trying to think clearly while panic ate away at our nerves. At some point, my body started to feel shaky, like adrenaline was burning through everything I had. We started talking about what would happen when we reached her house. Her driveway was long, dark, surrounded by woods, no nearby neighbors, no lights until you were almost all the way up. I kept imagining the car pulling in behind us, blocking us in. I imagined doors opening. I imagined footsteps on gravel. I told her what I had on me. I had an ice pick in the glove box, a pocket knife in my purse. Saying it out loud made everything feel horrifyingly real. We weren't talking about fear anymore. We were talking about survival. As we got closer to her place, the road eventually led to the last stop sign before her driveway. That stop sign sat at a split in the road. One lane led toward her house. The other lane led back toward our hometown. I slowed down as we approached it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The car behind me pulled into the turn lane, beside me. As they slowly rolled up next to my driver's side window, I was certain, absolutely certain, that this was it. I truly believed that in the next few seconds, something terrible was going to happen. My body went cold, my vision narrowed. I could barely hear anything over the sound of my own heartbeat. And then I saw the writing on the side of the car. County Sheriff. It was a sheriff's deputy. I felt a wave of emotions crash into me all at once. Shock, confusion, rage, relief that twisted into something ugly. My hands were shaking so badly I had to force myself to keep the car steady. The deputy didn't look at us, didn't acknowledge us, didn't say anything. They turned toward town and drove away. Just like that. After 45 minutes of terror, after pushing us to unsafe speeds on dangerous roads, after making two young women believe they were about to be assaulted or killed, they just left. We sat there for a moment in stunned silence. Neither of us spoke. The adrenaline drained out of my body so fast it made me feel sick. I pulled onto her driveway, parked, and only then did I realize how badly my legs were shaking. I stayed with her for a while to make sure she was okay before driving home myself. The rest of the night passed in a blur, but that stretch of road has never left me. To this day, I still don't know why that deputy did what they did. Maybe they were running plates. Maybe they suspected something. Maybe they thought they were teaching a lesson. Or maybe they just didn't think about what it feels like to be on the other side of that badge, alone on a dark road with no context and no explanation. All I know is this. That night taught me how thin the line is between authority and terror, how easily fear can be created without a single word spoken, and how dangerous it is when someone with power forgets that the people there behind the wheel of that cruiser aren't just silhouettes in the dark. Fuck that deputy, because fear like that doesn't just disappear. It stays with you, riding quietly in the back seat, every time headlights pull in too close behind you on an empty road. I attend a university outside my home city, so for most of the year I live in student accommodation near campus. That arrangement usually works fine, but this particular year my accommodation contract ended a week before my final exam. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I assumed I would figure something out when the time came. As the exam got closer, I realized I didn't really have a solid plan, and like many students, I relied heavily on last-minute studying. It isn't responsible, but cramming the night before had saved me more than once. My idea was simple. I would go to the university library, which is usually open 24/7, and pull an all-nighter there. I figured I could study through the night, take my exam in the morning, and then head home. It wasn't ideal, but it felt manageable. On the night before the exam, I packed my bag, grabbed my notes, and headed toward the library just before midnight. When I arrived, my plan fell apart almost immediately. The building was dark. At first, I thought maybe I had gone to the wrong entrance, but as I walked closer, I saw a sign taped to the door saying the library was closed for emergency maintenance. There was no explanation, no time listed for reopening, nothing. I just stood there for a moment staring at the door, feeling the weight of panic settle in. My entire plan depended on that library being open, and now I had nowhere to go. I checked my phone, hoping maybe another study space on campus was open, but everything nearby was closed. At that point, my only real option was to find somewhere to stay for the night. Going all the way home wasn't realistic, and I couldn't just wander around until morning. I decided to look for a hotel where I could at least sit, study, and maybe get a little rest. I opened a booking app on my phone and started searching. Almost every hotel near campus was far more expensive than I could afford. The prices seemed ridiculous for a single night, especially for a student already stressed about exams. As I scrolled, I noticed one hotel that stood out because it was much cheaper than the others. The price almost felt too good to be true, But at that point, I was tired, frustrated, and running out of options. The hotel wasn't very close. According to my map, it was about a 30-minute walk away. I hesitated for a moment, but I convinced myself that it was better than nothing. I put my phone away and started walking. The road to the hotel was long, dark, and almost completely silent. There were very few streetlights, and the ones that were there gave off a weak, yellow glow. There were no cars, no people, and no open shops. With every step, my nerves grew worse. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me. I tried to tell myself I was being dramatic, that it was just late and my imagination was running wild. After what felt like forever, I finally saw a light in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was the hotel. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I remember thinking that once I was inside, I would finally be safe. Whatever stress I felt on the walk would be gone, replaced by a locked door and a quiet room. Looking back, that thought feels painfully naive. The building itself looked old, almost Victorian in style. The exterior was worn, and the place had a strange, outdated feel to it. When I stepped inside, the lobby was dimly lit and completely empty. There was a reception desk, but no one was behind it. The silence inside the building felt heavier than the silence outside. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do, then rang the bell on the desk. Nothing happened. I rang it again, louder this time. Still nothing. Just as I was starting to wonder if the hotel was even open, I noticed movement at the top of the staircase. A tall man was standing there, staring down at me. There was something off about him immediately. I can't fully explain it, but his presence made my skin crawl. He didn't smile or greet me. He just stood there, watching. I asked him if he worked there. He told me he didn't and said he was just another guest. That should have been the end of the interaction, but instead, he started asking me questions. Where I was from, why I was there so late, whether I was alone, how long I was staying. Each question made me more uncomfortable. I answered, but I kept my responses vague and tried not to give away too much information. After a short while, he stopped talking and slowly went back up the stairs. As soon as he disappeared, I heard loud banging from somewhere upstairs, followed by shouting. The noise was sudden and aggressive, and it made my heart start racing. I had no idea what was happening, and I seriously considered leaving right then. But before I could decide, a member of the reception staff appeared behind the desk as if nothing unusual had happened. I booked a room as quickly as I could. The receptionist didn't seem alarmed or concerned, which made me second-guess my fear. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the noises upstairs were unrelated. I took my key and headed toward the stairs. As I made my way up to my room, I heard knocking on a door somewhere down the hallway, followed by raised voices. It sounded tense, but I couldn't make out what was being said. I reached my room, unlocked the door, and went inside, locking it behind me. I barely had time to set my bag down when I heard more knocking, this time closer. Then came a knock on my own door. My stomach dropped. I opened it slightly and saw the same strange man standing there. He asked me if I was alone. Instinct kicked in, and I lied. I told him I had a friend coming over in 5 minutes. He asked if he could come inside and wait. I said no. As soon as I refused, his demeanor changed. He tried to push his way into the room. I panicked but managed to resist, forcing the door shut and locking it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I stood there, frozen, listening for any sound outside. After what felt like forever, the hallway went quiet. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. I sat on the bed, heart pounding, trying to calm myself down. I told myself that the situation was probably over. Maybe he had just been drunk or confused. I wanted to leave the hotel, but I was too scared to open the door. I didn't know what else to do, so I pulled out my phone and put on a YouTube video, hoping the sound would help distract me and settle my nerves. I even thought that once I calmed down, I could get back to studying since my exam was only hours away. Not long after, there was another knock on my door. I held my breath and stayed completely still. Almost immediately, I heard footsteps moving away and then knocking on another door down the hall. I realized with a strange sense of relief that whoever was outside might have heard the voices from my phone and assumed someone else was with me. What followed was terrifying. After a brief silence, there was violent banging, so loud it made the walls shake. I heard screaming and shouting from the room next to mine. It sounded like a struggle. I genuinely thought someone was about to be killed. I was shaking so badly I felt like I might pass out. Not long after that, police sirens filled the air. Officers arrived and quickly took control of the situation. They went door to door, questioning everyone on the floor, taking statements and personal details. The man was gone. To my knowledge, he had fled before the police arrived. Later, I spoke to the person staying in the room next to mine. He told me that the man had broken down his door and attacked him with a knife. Somehow, he managed to avoid serious injury. He was shaken, but physically okay. Over time, he returned to the police station several times to give additional statements. He later told me that police informed him the attacker was a prime suspect in previous violent incidents and possibly a murder. I don't know whether the man was ever caught. I never received an update, and I didn't follow up with the police myself. At the time, I was only 19 and overwhelmed. I honestly didn't even know whether calling the police myself earlier would have been the right thing to do. I had assumed the situation was resolved after the first confrontation, and I had no idea how dangerous it truly was. Looking back, I realize how lucky I was. If I hadn't lied about having a friend coming over, if I hadn't played that video on my phone, or if I had opened the door again, things could have ended very differently. Since that night, I have never chosen a cheap hotel just to save money. No matter the distance or price, my safety always comes first. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate... When I was 13 years old, on the 15th of January in 2012, my world quietly collapsed without making a sound. That was the day they found my father dead in his apartment. He had been lying there for almost a month before anyone noticed. A whole month. I didn't understand what that really meant back then, not fully. I only knew that my father was gone and that he had been gone for a long time before the world decided to tell us. At that age, time feels strange. A month sounds long, but your brain can't really hold it. What stayed with me was the silence around it, the way adults spoke in low voices, and the feeling that something had already ended long before I was allowed to know about it. Only 4 days later, something else happened that sealed that time in my memory forever. My mother came back from a mammography screening. She sat across from me at the kitchen table, and before she even spoke, she started crying. Not quiet crying, but the kind where your face breaks and you can't stop it. I thought she was crying because of my father. She had been the one who got the call about him after all. I remember thinking that this was just delayed grief finally catching up with her. I remember everything about that moment. The table, the light, the smell of food. We were eating spaghetti bolognese. I can still see her tears falling slowly into the sauce, like the world had slowed down just for that moment. My stepfather was sitting next to me, quiet, saying nothing. I asked my mom if she was okay, not realizing what she was about to say. I was just a kid trying to be polite, trying to be normal in a moment that wasn't normal at all. She looked at me and told me they had found breast cancer in her right breast. That was it. No dramatic speech, no build-up, just that sentence. I didn't even understand what it fully meant at first. Cancer was a word I had heard before, but it didn't feel real. Later, much later, I would find out that her chances of survival were only around 40%. At that moment, all I could do was stare past her, at the bookshelf behind her head. I remember the colors of the book covers, how sharp they looked, how my eyes locked onto them because I didn't know where else to look. The months that followed were heavy in a way I didn't have words for back then. With more and more radiation, my mother lost all her hair. I watched it happen slowly, then all at once. One day her hair was thinner, the next day it was gone. She looked smaller without it, more fragile, but she survived. Somehow, she survived. People like to stop stories there at survival. They like to believe that surviving means things get better, but that was not the end. Not even close. There are 3 things from that time that still scare me today. They don't scare me in a horror movie way. They scare me quietly, the way memories creep up on you when you're alone. The first is my older brother. Today he is addicted to drugs, but even back then, alcohol had already taken a strong hold on him. On New Year's Eve that year, just 2 weeks before we would get the message about my father, and only 2 weeks after my father had already died without us knowing, we celebrated together. My mom, my stepfather, my brother, his girlfriend, and a few friends were all in his apartment. Everyone was drinking, laughing, dancing, everyone except me. I sat alone in the corner, bored, uncomfortable, watching drunk adults move around like strangers. My brother ignored me the entire evening, which wasn't unusual. He walked past me at one point, still not looking at me, still acting like I wasn't there. Then suddenly, he stopped. He turned around so fast it almost startled me. His eyes were wide, completely serious, and he stared straight into mine. He didn't smile. He didn't laugh. He just looked at me for a few seconds that felt much longer than they were. Then he said, completely out of nowhere, "Call your father." I don't know why I did it. Maybe part of me hoped he would answer. I hadn't been in contact with my father for a while, but I wanted to rebuild something with him someday. I wanted the option to exist. So I called him. I listened as the phone rang and then switched to voicemail. I heard his recorded voice. That was the last time I ever heard it. Days later, we would find out he had already been dead, while my brother told me to call him. The second thing that haunts me is standing in the place where my father died. I went to his apartment after everything came out. I stood there knowing that this was where my blood came from, where my ancestor, my creator, had taken his last breaths. The couch terrified me the most. That was where he spent his last days. 49 years old, dead from organ failure. Alcohol had taken him piece by piece long before it finally finished the job. The third thing is the longest, the heaviest, and the one that shaped me the most. It is my stepfather and my mother's mental illness, and the way they wrapped around my childhood like a trap I couldn't escape. From around 2010 until 2017, our home was not a safe place. My stepfather assaulted, broke, and destroyed both me and my mother, emotionally and physically. Instead of supporting us, instead of changing, instead of apologizing, instead of leaving, instead of giving up alcohol, instead of stopping, he chose to drink every night. He worked as a waiter, which meant alcohol was always there, always easy to access. He usually came home around midnight. I learned to recognize his arrival without seeing him. The light would turn on in the hallway, shining through the small gap between my door and the floor. That light became a warning signal. After that came my mother's screams for help. Then came his screams, full of anger, then crying. Then the sounds of glass breaking, or heavy furniture being thrown or falling. Sometimes the police came. Over time, even they stopped trying. I tried everything I could as a child. First, I fought against him, thinking strength would fix it. When that failed, I fought against my mother because she was the one who always let him stay. Then I realized she was also a victim, and I found myself stuck in a horrible place where I loved her and hated her at the same time. The worst part was watching her lose all her hair because of cancer while he kept abusing her anyway. She defended him, saying, "That's his way of dealing with this." Hearing that from her broke something inside me that never fully healed. Nobody cared about my mental health during those years. Not teachers, not family, not authorities. I was just expected to survive quietly, and somehow I did. All of this left deep marks inside me, but I still managed to graduate as the best student in my year. Shortly after that, I escaped. I moved to Australia, about 20,000 kilometers away from home. I am still here. People often ask what this story is supposed to mean. To me, it means that domestic violence is real. It happens every day, far more often than people like to believe. You never truly know what someone has lived through. You never really know. On the evening of my graduation, I was given the chance to hold a speech. I talked about the things we don't see, the things we ignore, the quiet suffering behind normal faces. It was my scream for help, even if I didn't call it that at the time. Nobody understood it. Everyone congratulated me. My mother left the room before I finished speaking. She knew exactly what I was talking about. I had already graduated from high school by the time this happened, and my life, at least on the surface, felt mostly normal. I had started dating someone, and even though things weren't perfect, I felt like I was moving forward. About a year later, I dropped out of college. I was young, unsure of myself, and trying to figure out who I was and where I fit in the world. The year was 2010. I want to be careful with details because if I say too much, it would be possible for someone to figure out who I am. Some parts of this story will always stay vague for that reason. I had a friend who lived down the road from me. He was younger than I was, and through a strange coincidence, he had a half-brother who was also the half-brother of another friend of mine who was my age. Small towns are like that. Everyone is connected somehow, often in ways you don't even realize at first. I had spent a lot of time around him over the years. For the sake of this story, I'll call him S. At the time, I was fairly close to both of his sisters, even though they didn't know each other. That alone tells you how complicated and fragmented some family situations can be. My parents also knew S personally. He wasn't a stranger. He wasn't someone who set off alarm bells. He was familiar, known, and, at least on the surface, trusted. He didn't usually ask me to do things one-on-one. Most of the time, if we hung out, it was me, him, and one of his sisters together. So when he asked me if I wanted to go mud riding in his truck, none of us thought it was particularly strange. It didn't feel dangerous. It didn't feel like a setup. What I didn't know at the time was that he had told my parents something completely different. He told them I was going over to fix his computer. That lie would matter later in ways I couldn't have imagined in that moment. We drove out toward the woods, farther and farther from town. At first, I didn't think much of it. People around. Here drove into the woods all the time, especially for things like mud riding, but eventually things shifted. The road became rougher, more isolated. Trees closed in around us, and the feeling in my stomach started to change. He began to proposition me. He made it clear what he wanted. I refused. I was in a relationship, and even beyond that, I trusted him as a friend. I was loyal. I was firm. I said no. He didn't argue right away. He just kept driving. That's when things started to feel truly wrong. We drove into an area near a train bridge, deep in the woods. Shortly after passing through it, the truck ran out of gas. At the time, it felt like bad luck. Later, I questioned whether it really was. We were stranded roughly 16 miles into the woods. and the light in the sky was already starting to fade. Panic crept in slowly at first and then all at once. In the chaos of trying to get out of the truck and figure out what to do, I lost my shoes in the mud. I remember standing there barefoot, the ground cold and slick beneath my feet, feeling suddenly very small and very vulnerable. I was scared in a way that's hard to describe. Not just nervous, but deeply afraid. He built a fire as darkness approached, and I remember thinking that nothing about this situation felt right anymore. And then something happened that changed my life forever. Something I still live with. Something that still comes back to me in flashbacks and nightmares, even now. He assaulted me. This was someone I thought I knew. Someone my family knew. Someone I had trusted enough to get into a truck with and follow into the woods. He held me down in the dirt, and he raped me. In that moment, everything I thought I understood about safety, about people, about trust, completely shattered. I wasn't just scared. I was betrayed in the deepest possible way. But the story doesn't end there. I was on my period at the time, and I was bleeding heavily from the assault. I had no shoes. I was stranded far deeper in the woods than I had the physical strength to walk out of, especially in the condition I was in. I was injured, exhausted, traumatized, and completely alone. When dawn came, S told me he was leaving to get help. He said he was going to come back with someone to take me out of there. I had no food, no water. I was still bleeding badly and barely able to stand, let alone walk miles through rough terrain. I didn't really have a choice. I had to hope that he was telling the truth. I had to believe he would come back, because the alternative was too terrifying to fully process. Time passed. The sun rose higher into the sky, and the heat became unbearable. I found an old soda bottle and filled it with water from a nearby creek. I was desperate enough to drink it without thinking about what might be in it. Survival mode had taken over. Every thought was reduced to basic needs. Water, shade, staying conscious. As the hours dragged on, panic settled in, fully. He wasn't coming back. I knew it in my bones before I admitted it to myself. The realization hit hard and fast. I was alone. Completely alone. It was about 3 hours until dark, and I knew that if I stayed where I was, I might not survive another night. I made a decision that took everything I had. I decided to walk. I aimed for the old train tunnel, thinking that if I could get there, I might be closer to rescue, or maybe I could flag down a train. Every step was agony. The ground was made of sharp shale and the heat was intense. Later, doctors would say it was around 120 degrees underfoot. I had no shoes, no protection. My feet burned with every step, pain shooting up my legs. I don't know how I kept going. I don't know where the strength came from. I just knew I couldn't stop. Somehow, against all odds, I made it to the tunnel. By the time I got there, my body was failing me. I collapsed inside and screamed for help, my voice echoing off the walls. I screamed until my throat hurt, until my chest ached. At one point, I thought I heard someone shout my name. Hope surged through me for a split second, but there was no response to my screams. The silence that followed felt crushing. Later, I thought I heard a train, fueled by desperation, broken, bloody, burned, and barely holding myself together. I ran toward the end of the tunnel, trying to flag it down. I never even made it that far. Suddenly, cars appeared. 10 of them. They passed me and then stopped. I was confused, terrified, and overwhelmed. My mind couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. Then one of the doors opened and an EMT stepped out. When they touched me, when I felt a real human hand on my arm, I broke down completely. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining it. I was really being rescued. The aftermath was brutal. I suffered second-degree burns on my feet. I didn't regain feeling in the soles for months. In fact, it was about 9 months ago that I finally got full feeling back. I was malnourished, dehydrated, and severely traumatized. By some miracle, I didn't pick up parasites from the creek water. Doctors told me plainly that he had left me there to die. The only reason I'm alive today, writing this, is because my family refused to give up on me. When I didn't come home, they knew something was wrong. They went to the police. They went to his house. My cousin threatened him. My mother begged him to tell them where I was. Under pressure, he finally gave up my location. But the reason my family even knew to start looking when they did is the part that still gives me chills. At around 5 in the morning, while I was stranded with no signal, no phone access, and no way to contact anyone, my mom received a text message. It simply said, "Help me." There was no sender, no phone number, nothing. She showed it to my stepfather, and he read it too. As soon as she called the police, the message disappeared. To this day, no one can explain how that message was sent. I don't know if it was coincidence, technology, instinct, or something else entirely. I only know that without it, I might not be here. That night in the woods changed everything about who I am. It took something from me that I can never get back, but it also showed me the strength I didn't know I had. I survived, and sometimes that feels just as haunting as everything else. This happened when I was about 3 or 4 years old, a time when the world feels much larger and more mysterious than it actually is. At that age, my imagination was a vivid, sometimes terrifying place, and I was what most people would call a paranoid little kid. I lived in a constant state of low-level dread as soon as the sun went down, firmly convinced that the boogeyman was hiding in the shadows of my closet or tucked beneath the frame of my bed, just waiting for the right moment to emerge and eat me. My room was a typical child's bedroom, filled with colorful toys and soft blankets, but in the dark, every shape transformed into something sinister. The pile of clothes on the chair became a crouching monster, and the curtains fluttering in the breeze looked like the long, thin fingers of someone trying to climb through the window. I would pull my covers up to my chin, barely breathing, watching the doorway for any sign of movement. One particular night, the silence of the house felt heavier than usual. I had fallen into a restless sleep, the kind where you are still somewhat aware of the world around you. In the middle of the night, I suddenly awoke to a strange sensation. It wasn't a noise or a nightmare that jolted me awake, but a physical feeling. It was a light, persistent tickle right on the soles of my feet. At first, in my half-asleep state, I was just confused. I thought maybe a loose thread from my blanket was brushing against my skin, or perhaps a stray insect had found its way into my bed. But the feeling was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be an accident. It felt like several small, cold points were dancing across my skin, moving from my heels to my toes and back again. I lay there, frozen with a fear that only a toddler can truly understand. I didn't want to move, thinking that if I stayed perfectly still, whatever was touching me would think I was still asleep and leave me alone. The tickling continued for what felt like an eternity, a soft, teasing sensation that made my skin crawl. Eventually, the feeling faded away, leaving only the cold air of the room against my feet. I eventually drifted back into a fitful sleep, exhausted by my own terror. When the morning sun finally broke through the curtains and filled the room with a safe, golden light, I ran straight to the kitchen. I remember telling my mom that something had tickled my feet during the night, though at the time I didn't have the words to describe the sheer wrongness of it. I brought this up to my mom just a few days ago, nearly 2 decades after the event. I expected her to laugh it off, or tell me that I had just been a creative child with a vivid imagination. Instead, the expression on her face changed into something much more serious. even frightened. She sat me down and told me what I had actually said to her that morning, a detail that I had completely blocked out or simply hadn't been able to process as a child. She explained that when I walked into the kitchen that morning, I didn't just say my feet were tickled. I told her very specifically that the shadow people had come into my room. I had described them as dark, thin figures that stood at the end of my bed, and I told her that they were the ones who had spent the night tickling my feet. But what was truly weird, and what frightened my mother the most at the time, was how I described them. She said that as I told her about these shadow people, I was incredibly calm. I wasn't crying, I wasn't shaking, and I didn't seem worried at all. I spoke about them as if they were old friends or a natural part of the household. This sent a chill down my spine because I do not remember me ever saying that, nor do I remember feeling calm. My only memory is the paralyzing fear and the cold, spindly sensation on my skin. The disconnect between my memory of terror and my mother's memory of my calm demeanor suggests something much more horrific. The idea that those entities had some kind of influence over my mind, making me feel a false sense of peace while they were in my presence. Of course, looking back as an adult, I try to find a logical explanation. It could have been my 3-year-old lying skills, or maybe I was just repeating words I had heard in a movie or a story. But that still doesn't excuse the fact that I physically felt something tickle me. A child's lie doesn't create a physical sensation that wakes them up from a deep sleep. And the detail about shadow people is something I wouldn't have known about at that age. We didn't watch horror movies in our house, and I didn't have older siblings to tell me ghost stories. The term came from somewhere else, somewhere deep within that dark room where I spent my nights. The horror of shadow people is a specialized kind of dread. They are often described as dark, humanoid silhouettes that lack any features, no eyes, no mouths, just a void of darkness that is blacker than the shadows around them. They are known to stand at the edges of rooms, watching people while they sleep, and in some cultures they are seen as harbingers of bad luck or entities that feed on fear. But in my case, they weren't just watching, they were touching. The idea of these dark, faceless things reaching out from the void to tickle the feet of a helpless child is a level of malice that is hard to wrap your head around. It wasn't a violent attack, but a violation of a sanctuary, a way to let me know that I was never truly alone. The fact that I was calm while telling my mother about them is what haunts me the most. It suggests a form of psychological manipulation, as if the shadow people were able to suppress my fear so that I wouldn't scream and alert my parents. If they could control my emotions at 3 years old, what else could they have done? It makes me wonder if they were there on other nights that I don't remember at all. Was the tickling just the beginning? Were they standing in the corners of my room every single night, watching me grow and waiting for me to notice them? The boogeyman I was so afraid of was a fantasy, but the shadow people were a reality that I lived with, whether I knew it or not. As I've gotten older, I've spoken to other people who have had similar experiences with shadow entities. Many of them describe the same feeling of being watched, the same cold drafts, and sometimes the same physical touch. It's a global phenomenon that transcends culture and age. But the specific detail of tickling is something I've rarely heard, and it adds a bizarre, almost mocking quality to the encounter. It's as if they were playing with me, treating me like a toy or a pet. There is a profound sense of helplessness in knowing that your own home, the place where you are supposed to be most protected, was open to these visitors. I often think about that old bedroom and the layout of the house. My bed was positioned right across from the closet, and the door was usually left a crack open so the light from the hallway could peek in. I used to think the light was my friend, but now I realize that it only made the shadows in the room look deeper and more defined. The space at the foot of my bed was a dark well where the hallway light couldn't reach, and that is exactly where the entities would have stood. I imagined them standing there in a row, their long, thin arms reaching over the footboard to find my feet. The thought of those dark shapes leaning over a sleeping child is enough to make me want to keep the lights on even now. My mom didn't know what to do when I told her. She said she checked the room, looked under the bed, and even moved the furniture, but she never found anything. She tried to convince herself that I was just a weird kid, but she said she never forgot the look in my eyes that morning. I was too calm, too certain of what I had seen. She eventually started leaving a radio on in my room, or a brighter nightlight, but the feeling of the room never truly changed. It always felt like there was a third or fourth presence in the air, a weight that shouldn't have been there. The tickle is a sensory memory that I can still trigger if I think about it too much. It's a very specific feeling, not the warm, friendly tickle of a parent, but something sharp and cold. It's the feeling of something that doesn't have skin or warmth. It's a mechanical, repetitive motion that serves no purpose other than to disturb. Whenever I feel a stray hair or a draft on my feet at night, I have to fight the urge to sit up and scream. The trauma of that night at 4 years old is still there, buried under layers of adulthood, but never truly gone. I wonder why they chose me, or if they choose every child and most of us just forget. Perhaps the boogeyman is just the name we give to the shadow people, because our young minds can't handle the truth of what they are. We turn them into monsters with claws and teeth, because that's easier to understand than a featureless silhouette that just stands and watches. My paranoia as a child wasn't a sign of a weak mind. It was a survival instinct. I knew something was there, even if I didn't have the words for it. My mother's revelation only confirmed what my gut had been telling me all along. The disconnect between the paranoid kid and the calm child is the true horror of the story. It means that for a period of time, I wasn't in control of my own reactions. Something had stepped into my room and rewritten my emotions, turning my terror into a placid acceptance. That is a violation of the soul that is far worse than any physical tickle. It suggests that the shadow people are not just observers, but manipulators who can move through our world and our minds with ease. They are the ultimate intruders, the ones who don't need to break a window or pick a lock to get inside. I've since moved out of that house, and the family that lives there now has their own young children. I sometimes wonder if those kids are waking up in the middle of the night to the same sensation. Do they tell their parents about the dark figures at the end of the bed? And do their parents dismiss it as just a dream or just a lie? I hope for their sake that the shadow people moved on when we did, but I have a feeling that those entities are tied to the space itself, or perhaps to the shadows that have lived in that room for decades. Some places just have a darkness that doesn't go away, no matter how much you paint the walls or change the carpet. Looking back, the boogeyman was the least of my worries. He was a story, a way to personify the fear of the dark. But the shadow people were something else entirely. They were a reality that I couldn't escape, a part of my childhood that was hidden in plain sight. The tickle on my feet was their way of making contact, a small, subtle gesture that left a permanent mark on my life. It's a story of a lucky escape, I suppose, because they didn't do anything worse. They didn't take me, and they didn't hurt me in a way that left a scar. But they took my sense of security, and they left me with a question that I will never be able to answer. Why were they there, and what did they want? The world is full of these kinds of stories, small moments of the impossible that happen to people every day. We usually find ways to explain them away, but the feeling stays with you. For me, the feeling is a light, cold tickle on the soles of my feet at 3 a.m. It's the realization that the darkness in the corner of the room isn't just an absence of light. but a presence that is waiting for you to fall asleep. It's the memory of a 3-year-old child telling his mother about the shadow people with a calm that should have never been there. And it's the knowledge that some things in this world are much more terrifying than a monster under the bed. I still sleep with my feet covered, even in the middle of a heat wave. I tuck the blankets tightly under the mattress, creating a barrier that I know is purely psychological, but it's the only way I can find any peace. I don't like to have my feet exposed to the air of a dark room, because I know what's waiting in the shadows. I know that the tickling could start again at any moment, and this time I might not be so calm. The fucked up stuff that people talk about isn't always a violent crime or a tragic accident. Sometimes it's just the realization that you've been sharing your life with something that isn't human. The shadow people remain a mystery to me, a dark chapter in the book of my life that I can't quite close. I hope that by sharing this, it serves as a reminder that children's fears are often based on a reality that we as adults have forgotten how to see. When a child tells you there is something in their room, believe them. Don't tell them they're lying, and don't tell them it's just a dream. Because for that child, the terror is real, and the shadow in the corner might just be reaching out to touch them. My survival was a matter of growing up and moving away, but the boy I was is still sitting in that dark room, feeling the cold points of fingers on his feet. I carry him with me, a silent witness to a night that changed everything. The boogeyman never got me, but the shadow people did something much more subtle and much more permanent. They taught me that the world is a place of light and shadow, and that sometimes the shadows have a life of their own. And that, more than anything else, is the true meaning of horror. We just moved into a new house, and I never really thought anything about it at first. Moving day is always a blur of cardboard boxes, heavy lifting, and the strange, empty smell of a place that hasn't been lived in for a while. You want to believe that a new house is a fresh start, a clean slate where you can build new memories. But houses have a way of holding on to things that we can't see. This place was different. It was an older building with high ceilings and narrow hallways that seemed to swallow the light, even in the middle of the afternoon. On that very first day, while the sun was still up and we were busy unpacking the essentials, I started hearing things. They were small noises at first, the sound of a floorboard creaking in an empty room, or a soft thud coming from the attic. I told myself it was just the house settling into the ground or the wood expanding in the heat. I dismissed it as my mind playing tricks on me because I was in a new and unfamiliar environment. We all do that. We tell ourselves logical lies to keep the fear at bay because the alternative is too terrifying to handle. So the next day comes around and the house felt even heavier. I was in a bit of a transition period because I was getting ready to transfer to a new school. Since the paperwork was still being processed, I didn't have to go to classes yet, which meant I was home alone for about a week or two while my mom was at work. Being alone in a new house is a specialized kind of loneliness. You haven't learned the language of the building yet. You don't know which sounds are normal and which ones are warnings. I spent most of my time in the kitchen or the living room, trying to make the place feel like home. I was sitting at the kitchen table eating some lunch and playing on my phone. I think I was deep into a game of Clash of Clans, focusing on my base and trying to ignore the silence that seemed to be pressing in on the walls. It was a normal, bright afternoon, and the sun was streaming through the window, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from the dark mouth of the hallway. I was just chilling and eating, totally absorbed in my game, when something impossible happened. I looked down at the top of my phone screen and my heart skipped a beat. My battery was at 92% just a minute ago, but as I watched, the numbers started to tumble. It was like a countdown. in a matter of seconds. The charge went from 92% all the way down to 15%. I checked the charging port and looked for any apps that might be draining the power, but there was nothing. The phone felt ice cold in my hand, as if all the energy and heat had been sucked out of it by something in the room. In the world of the paranormal, people often say that spirits or entities need energy to manifest, and they will pull that energy from whatever is closest: batteries, lights, or even the heat in the air. I felt a sudden, sharp drop in the temperature around me, and the sunlight hitting the table seemed to turn gray and weak. After this happened, maybe 5 seconds later, I felt a sensation that I will never forget. It started as a dull heat on the back of my neck, which quickly turned into a sharp, stinging pain. It felt like someone had taken a hot wire and dragged it across my skin. I gasped and dropped my phone on the table, my hand flying up to touch the back of my neck. I expected to feel a bug or perhaps a sharp piece of jewelry that had caught on my shirt, but there was nothing there. The skin was hot and pulsing with a raw, angry energy. I got terrified, the kind of fear that makes your vision go blurry and your knees feel like water. I ran to the bathroom down the hall, my footsteps sounding like thunder in the silent house, and I stood in front of the mirror. I tilted my head and pulled down the collar of my shirt, and what I saw made me want to scream. There were 3 distinct red claw marks etched into the skin of my neck. They weren't shallow scratches, they were deep, raised welts that looked like they had been made by something with long, sharp talons. The marks were perfectly parallel, starting just below my hairline and trailing down toward my shoulder. There was no way I could have done that to myself, and there was no way it was an accident. It was a physical assault from something I couldn't see. The 3 marks are often cited in horror stories as a mockery of the Trinity, a sign of something truly malevolent and ancient. I stood there in the bathroom staring at my own reflection, realizing that I was sharing this new house with something that didn't want me there. I stayed in that bathroom for a long time, afraid to walk back out into the hallway. I felt like if I stepped through the door, I would find whatever had scratched me standing right there, waiting to finish what it had started. I didn't tell my mom when she got home. I didn't want her to think I was crazy, and I didn't want to ruin the excitement she had for our new home. I just wore hoodies and kept my hair down to hide the marks. This is getting long, but to cut it short, the house didn't get any better. The noises became louder and more frequent. My mom started to notice them too. She would wake up in the middle of the night and ask me if I had been walking around, even though I had been tucked under my covers, too afraid to even move. She started hearing her name being whispered from empty rooms and the sound of heavy furniture being dragged across the floor in the middle of the night. We moved out fast after that. It only took about a month before the house broke my mom's spirit. She came into my room one morning looking pale and exhausted, and told me that we were leaving. She didn't go into detail about what she had seen or heard that finally pushed her over the edge, but I could see the terror in her eyes. It was the same terror I had been carrying since that afternoon in the kitchen. We packed our things in a matter of days, leaving some of our furniture behind just to get out faster. We never looked back, and we never spoke about that house again. No one knows about the scratch or the phone battery except me. I've kept it as a secret burden, a dark memory that I revisit whenever I find myself in a new, quiet building. The horror of that experience isn't just in the physical attack. It's in the realization of how vulnerable we are in the places where we are supposed to be safe. We move into these buildings, paying money to live within their walls, and we never really know who or what occupied the space before us. Some houses have a history that can't be painted over or renovated away. They have a hunger, a need to feed on the energy and the fear of the living. That house wanted our energy, and it was willing to use violence to get it. The 3 claw marks eventually faded into thin white scars, but the mark it left on my mind is permanent. I still check my phone battery every few minutes, and I still get a chill on the back of my neck whenever a room gets too quiet. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if we had stayed. If the entity was bold enough to scratch me in broad daylight while I was just sitting in the kitchen, what would it have done in the dark of the night? The escalation from noises to physical contact is a sign of a very dangerous presence. I think my mom's decision to move out saved us from something much worse. She might not have seen the marks on my neck, but she felt the same darkness that I did. It was a silent agreement between us, a knowledge that the house was a predator and we were the prey. We escaped, but I often think about the people who moved in after us. Do they hear the noises? Does their phone battery die in seconds? Or were we targeted because we were new, a fresh source of energy for something that had been starving in the dark? The silence of a new house is never truly silent. If you listen closely, you can hear the heartbeat of the building. Most houses have a peaceful rhythm, but that place had a jagged, angry pulse. It felt like the walls were closing in, like the hallways were stretching, and like the shadows were detachments of a single, massive entity that lived in the foundation. I learned that day that you should always trust your instincts. If a place feels wrong the moment you step inside, it probably is. Your gut knows things that your logical brain tries to ignore. My gut told me to run on day one, and I wish I had listened before I felt those cold claws on my skin. I've lived in several houses since then, and I always make sure to do a bit of a ritual when I move in. I walk through every room, I open every closet, and I let the house know that I am there with respect, but with boundaries. I haven't had another experience like that, but I know the possibility is always there. The world is full of these thin spots where something else can reach through and touch us. For me, that thin spot was a kitchen table and a game on my phone. It was an ordinary moment that turned into a scene from a nightmare. The scars are a reminder that the paranormal isn't just a story or a movie. It's a reality that can leave physical proof on your body. No one knows why some houses are haunted and others aren't. Maybe it's the land they are built on, or maybe it's the events that happened within the walls. All I know is that some places are just wrong. They feel like they are mourning or like they are angry. The house we moved into was definitely angry. It didn't want a new family. It didn't want the noise and the light of a living household. It wanted the silence and the dark. By scratching me, it was marking its territory, letting me know that I was an intruder in a space that belonged to it. I still have the phone I used that day, but I never use it. I keep it in a drawer. A dead piece of technology that reminds me of the day the energy was stolen from me. The move was a frantic, desperate thing. We didn't care about the security deposit or the logistics of a new lease. We just wanted to be away from those hallways and those noises. I remember the last time I walked out the front door. I didn't look back, but I felt a gaze on my back that was so heavy it almost made me trip. I knew it was standing in the window, watching us leave, perhaps already waiting for the next unsuspecting family to bring their boxes and their lives into its reach. It's a specialized kind of horror to know that a building is alive and that it hates you. It changes the way you look at every structure you enter for the rest of your life. I hope my mom has found some peace. She never mentions the move or the house, but I see the way she reacts to sudden noises now. She's more jumpy, more prone to checking the locks and the windows. We both carry the trauma of that month, a shared secret that we don't have the words to discuss. Maybe one day we will sit down and talk about what we heard and felt, but for now the silence is our way of coping. We are safe now, but the knowledge that such things exist is a burden that never truly goes away. You can leave a house, but you can't leave the memory of what happened inside it. The 3 claw marks are gone now, lost in the natural texture of my skin, but I can still feel the heat of them when I get stressed. It's like a phantom pain, a reminder from the shadows that they are still there, just on the other side of the veil. I am much more careful with my life now. I don't go looking for scares, and I don't explore abandoned places. I've had my encounter with the unknown, and that was enough for one lifetime. The joyful life I tried to build in that house was destroyed in a matter of seconds, replaced by a reality that is much darker and more complicated than I ever imagined. If you ever move into a new place and you start hearing noises, don't just dismiss them. Pay attention to your surroundings. Watch your electronics. And if you feel a sudden drop in temperature, don't wait for something to touch you. Listen to the house. It might be telling you to leave while you still can. We were lucky to get out when we did, but not everyone is. Some people stay, trying to find a logical explanation until it's too late. The fucked up stuff in the world is real, and it doesn't need a reason to target you. It just needs an opportunity. The story of the new house is one that I'll probably keep to myself for a long time. It's too personal, too raw, and too unbelievable for most people to handle. But it's the truth. It's a part of who I am and a part of how I see the world. I am a survivor of a house that tried to claim me, and I will never take my safety for granted again. The next time you walk into a new room and the air feels a bit too cold, or you hear a creak that doesn't sound like wood, remember me. Remember the 92% battery that vanished in seconds and the 3 marks that appeared out of thin air. And then do yourself a favor. Walk back out the door. If these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. This happened to my parents some years ago after my siblings and I had all grown up and moved out. They were empty nesters by then, still living in the big family house where we had all been raised. The house felt different without kids in it, quieter, slower, and at night especially, it could feel almost too still. It was a normal night. Nothing unusual had happened that day. My parents had gone to bed at their usual time, the house locked up, the dogs settled. They were both fast asleep when suddenly my mom was jolted awake by a sound that immediately put her on edge. There was frantic knocking at the front door. Not a calm knock, not a doorbell. This was loud, desperate pounding. At the same time, a woman's voice was screaming through the night. "Help me! Help me! He's after me!" The dogs went absolutely insane. They were barking, growling, throwing themselves towards the front of the house. That alone was enough to spike my parents' adrenaline. The knocking continued, hard and fast, like whoever it was expected the door to open immediately. My dad's first instinct was to jump out of bed and run downstairs. That's just the kind of person he is. Someone is screaming for help at your door in the middle of the night. You don't stop to think, you just react. But my mom stopped him. She told him to wait. She couldn't explain it clearly at the time, but she said something about it felt wrong, suspicious. The way the woman was screaming didn't feel natural to her. It sounded forced, almost rehearsed, like someone trying very hard to sound desperate. My mom has always had strong instincts, and in that moment, every one of them was telling her not to open the door. There was another problem too. Earlier that evening, my mom had left the entranceway light on downstairs. It was something she often did. That light illuminated the front hall and shone clearly through a large window next to the front door. From outside, anyone standing on the porch could easily see inside the house. That meant if my parents went downstairs to check the door, whoever was knocking would immediately see them. There would be no way to quietly observe the situation without being noticed. They lived on a quiet road in upstate New York, the kind of place where neighbors are spread out, where you don't expect random people to show up in the middle of the night screaming for help. That made the whole situation even stranger. The knocking and screaming continued. My dad paced at the top of the stairs, torn between wanting to help and listening to my mom's warning. The dogs were still going wild. The woman outside didn't stop. She kept shouting that someone was after her, that she needed help, that she was in danger. Then my dad had an idea. Instead of going downstairs, he decided to check from upstairs. He kept all the lights off and quietly moved from room to room on the second floor, looking out the windows that faced the front of the house. From up there, he could see the yard and the area around the porch without being seen himself. He checked the front-facing rooms first, but didn't see anything unusual beyond the woman at the door. Then he went into my old bedroom. I had the corner room of the house, which meant my windows faced not only the front yard, but also the side of the house. Almost by chance, he glanced out the side window. That's when he saw him. There was a man crouching in the bushes. He was positioned close to the house, low enough to be hidden from view unless you were looking from the right angle. He wasn't standing casually. He wasn't walking by. He was hiding, waiting. In that moment, everything clicked. The screaming woman at the door wasn't alone. My mom didn't hesitate after my dad told her what he saw. She immediately called the police. Her voice was calm but urgent. She explained that there was a woman banging on their door, claiming she was being chased, and that her husband had seen a man hiding in the bushes near the house. The police said they were on their way. Those few minutes waiting felt much longer than they actually were. The knocking continued, though it slowed down slightly. The woman didn't leave. She stayed right there, still calling out for help, still acting desperate. My parents stayed upstairs, silent, watching from the dark. When the police cars finally pulled up, everything changed very quickly. As soon as the flashing lights appeared on the road, the man in the bushes sprang up and ran out toward the street. But instead of running away in panic, he suddenly slowed down and started jogging. Calmly, casually, like someone out for a late-night run. The police got out and questioned both of them. From what my parents later learned, the man insisted he was just jogging. He claimed he had nothing to do with the woman. The woman gave some explanation too, though I don't remember exactly what she said. Whatever it was apparently enough to muddy the situation. Legally, the police couldn't hold them. There was no proof of a crime. No one had broken into the house. No one had been hurt. The man claimed he was exercising. The woman claimed she was distressed for some reason. Without clear evidence, the police had to let them go. The officers did advise my parents to stay alert and to call again if anything else happened. Then they left. The house went quiet again, but the sense of unease didn't. Later that week, my parents heard something that made the whole situation even more disturbing. 2 neighborhoods over in a different police precinct, a couple had been tied up and robbed in their own home. The details sounded horrifyingly familiar. The criminals were a pair, a man and a woman. Their method was exactly the same. The woman would go to the door late at night, screaming for help, pretending to be in danger. When the homeowners opened the door to help her, the man would appear. Together they would force their way inside, tie the people up, and rob them. Hearing that confirmed what my mom had felt that night. It had been a setup. If my parents had gone downstairs and opened the door, they would have been seen immediately through the window. The man in the bushes would have known exactly when to move. The situation could have ended very differently. The thought of that still makes my stomach turn. My parents were lucky. Lucky that my mom trusted her instincts. Lucky that my dad thought to look from upstairs. Lucky that they didn't do what most people would do and open the door without thinking twice. That story stuck with me deeply when they told me. It changed the way I think about emergencies, about strangers, about those moments where your heart tells you one thing and your instincts tell you another. Sometimes the most dangerous situations don't look dangerous at all. Sometimes they look like someone asking for help. My mom told me this story years ago, but it has never really left my mind. Even now, when I think about it, it makes me feel uneasy in a way that's hard to describe. It's one of those stories that doesn't rely on jump scares or dramatic moments. It's frightening because of how quiet it is, how ordinary it starts, and how close it comes to something unimaginably worse. My mom and I actually went to university in the same city, just many years apart. The university she attended back then was later renamed and eventually became the same university I went to. Because of that, whenever she talked about her student days, it always felt strangely familiar to me. The streets she mentioned, the neighborhoods, the types of houses students lived in, I could picture all of it clearly because I had walked those same paths myself. When my mom was a student, she lived in shared housing, like many students do. It was a typical setup, several young women living together, each with their own room, sharing common spaces like the kitchen and bathroom. It wasn't fancy, but it was affordable and close to campus, the kind of place where doors were often locked out of habit, but not because anyone truly felt unsafe. At some point during her time living there, the house started experiencing break-ins. The first time it happened, everyone was shaken, but also confused. Someone had clearly been inside the house without permission, but nothing obvious seemed to be missing. No electronics were gone, no money, no big, noticeable items. It was unsettling, but also strange. Why would someone break in and take nothing? They did what anyone would do. They called the police. The police came, took statements, looked around, and asked questions. But there wasn't much they could do. There were no witnesses, no clear signs of forced entry, no DNA, no fingerprints that led anywhere useful. The police suggested better locks, being more careful, and reporting it again if it happened. And it did happen again, more than once. Each time the same pattern repeated. Someone had been in the house. Things were disturbed just enough to be noticeable, but nothing valuable was missing. Each time the police were called. Each time nothing concrete could be done. For the housemates, it became a source of anxiety. They talked about it among themselves, tried to work out what was happening, wondered if someone had a key or if they were forgetting to lock a door or window. But nothing ever made complete sense. During this time, my mom noticed something else. Some of her clothing had gone missing. Not entire outfits, not coats or shoes, small things, personal things, underwear, items that you don't usually keep track of carefully because you assume they're somewhere in your room, in the laundry, or mixed in with other clothes. At first, she didn't think much of it. Living in shared housing, things sometimes went missing or got mixed up. She assumed one of her housemates might have borrowed something by accident or taken it without asking. Or maybe she had misplaced it herself. She didn't want to accuse anyone or make a big deal out of it, so she brushed it off. Looking back, that part is one of the most chilling details, because it wasn't random. But she didn't know that yet. Eventually, for reasons unrelated to the break-ins, my mom moved out of the house quite suddenly. It wasn't a long, planned move. It happened quickly. She packed her things and left. And her room didn't stay empty for long. Another girl moved into her room shortly afterward. What happened next is the part that still makes my stomach drop. Either the same night the new girl moved in, or the night after, someone broke into the house again. This time, it wasn't just a break-in. The girl staying in my mom's old room was raped. The attack was violent and traumatic, and it shattered any illusion that these earlier break-ins had been harmless or meaningless. The police response this time was very different. This wasn't just someone trespassing anymore. This was a serious crime, and it triggered a much larger investigation. The attacker was eventually caught. He became known as the bedsit rapist, named after the types of student accommodations he targeted. His pattern began to emerge as the investigation continued. He didn't choose his victims randomly. He stalked them, he watched them, he learned their routines. One of the key parts of his method was breaking into their homes before the attack. He would enter quietly, sometimes multiple times without being noticed. And he wouldn't steal valuables. He would steal personal items, clothing, underwear, things that gave him a sense of ownership and control over his target. When the police pieced all of this together, they realized something horrifying. My mom had been his target. A police officer contacted her directly after the arrest. They explained that based on the evidence, the missing clothing, and the pattern of break-ins, they believed he had been stalking her specifically. The earlier break-ins weren't random attempts. They were part of his process. He had been watching her, but because she moved out so suddenly, he didn't realize she was no longer living there. He came back to the house, broke in again, and assaulted the girl who had moved into her room instead. That realization is what makes this story so difficult to think about. My mom wasn't attacked, not because he wasn't planning to hurt her, but because she happened to leave at the right time. A decision that probably felt ordinary at the time ended up saving her from something life-altering or worse. At the same time, another girl suffered because of that mistake, because he didn't know his intended target was gone. There's no relief in that fact, only horror. When my mom told me this story, she didn't dramatize it. She didn't cry or raise her voice. She told it calmly, almost matter-of-factly, but I could hear the weight of it underneath her words, the knowledge that she had been watched, that someone had been inside her room, that someone had taken her clothes, that she had unknowingly lived alongside a growing threat. It still chills me when I think about how easily it could have gone unnoticed forever, how easy it was to explain away the missing items, how easy it was to assume harmless reasons, how quiet and patient the danger was. What scares me most is how normal it all felt at the time. A student house, minor break-ins, a few missing items, nothing that screamed immediate danger until it was too late for someone else. Whenever I walk through the city where we both studied, I think about that, about how thin the line is between safety and catastrophe, about how predators don't always announce themselves with violence right away. Sometimes they start by watching, by taking small things, by testing boundaries. And sometimes survival comes down to timing, chance, and a sudden change in plans. That knowledge stays with me. It always will. I was 6 years old when something happened that would shape my childhood fears for years to come, creating a phobia so deep and lasting that it affected how I felt about darkness, basements, and horror movies well into my later years. But to really understand the terror of what happened when I was 6, I need to go back a year earlier, to when I was 5 years old and experiencing what would become the foundation for one of the most frightening moments of my young life. It was late at night, well past the time when I should have been asleep in my bed. But like many children, I was still awake and wandering around the house when I probably should not have been. My mother had a friend over that evening, and they had decided to watch a movie together. Being a curious kid who did not want to miss out on anything the adults were doing, I found myself in the living room with them, though I was trying to stay hidden and unnoticed so I would not be sent back to bed. I quickly ran behind the couch when I heard them settling in to watch their movie, squeezing myself into that narrow space between the back of the furniture and the wall where kids always seem to think they are completely invisible, even when they are not. From my hiding spot, I could see the television screen and hear everything that was happening in the movie they had chosen to watch. The movie was called Mama, a horror film that probably seemed like a perfectly reasonable choice for two adults looking for some entertainment on a quiet evening at home. Now, looking back on it as an older person, Mama is not really that scary compared to a lot of other horror movies out there. It has some creepy moments and unsettling imagery, but it is not the most terrifying thing ever made. However, when you are 5 years old and watching a horror movie for essentially the first time, especially when you are watching it secretly from behind a couch late at night, the experience is completely different. At that age, you do not have the ability to separate fiction from reality the way adults do. You do not understand special effects or movie makeup, or the fact that what you are watching is just actors performing a script. Everything feels real and immediate and genuinely threatening. The movie Mama tells the story of a ghostly maternal figure who haunts and terrorizes children. And for a 5-year-old watching from behind a couch in a dark room, every scene was absolutely petrifying. The images of this supernatural entity, the way she moved, the sounds she made, the fear on the faces of the characters in the movie, all of it burned itself into my young brain with an intensity that I could not shake off even after the movie ended. I was frozen behind that couch, too scared to move or reveal myself, watching something that my mind was completely unprepared to process. When the movie finally ended and I managed to sneak back to my room, the damage had already been done. The images from Mama were stuck in my head, playing over and over again every time I closed my eyes or found myself in a dark room. That night was the first of many sleepless nights, the beginning of a period of my childhood that would be dominated by nightmares and fear. The nightmares were relentless and vivid, filled with the ghostly figure from the movie appearing in my room, in my closet, under my bed, anywhere that my terrified imagination could place her. These nightmares continued until I was 8 years old. That is 3 full years of being haunted by a movie I watched when I was 5. 3 years of being afraid to go to sleep, because I knew what kinds of dreams would be waiting for me. 3 years of waking up in the middle of the night, convinced that something from the movie was in my room with me. The fear was all-consuming and affected every aspect of my life. I did not want to be alone in any room. I needed lights on all the time. I would make excuses to avoid going into certain parts of the house where I felt the presence of that ghostly figure might be lurking. My mother probably had no idea that I had watched the movie from behind the couch that night, or if she did know, she might not have realized the profound impact it had on me. Kids are often hesitant to admit when they are scared, especially of something they were not supposed to be watching in the first place. So I carried this fear largely by myself, dealing with the nightmares and the anxiety as best as a young child could. A year after I first watched the movie, when I was 6 years old, my mother's friend came over to visit again, and this time she brought her son with her, just like before. He was 11 years old, significantly older than me, and with all the confidence and bravado that comes with being nearly a teenager. While I was settling in for the evening, he ended up in the second bed in my room, and we started talking the way kids do when they are supposed to be going to sleep but are not quite ready to yet. I told him about the movie Mama and how scary it had been for me, probably hoping for some sympathy or understanding from an older kid who might validate my fears. But he did not care at all about my terror. He was 11, and as he made sure to let me know, he had seen much scarier movies than that. To him, Mama was probably just a mildly creepy film that did not merit the kind of fear I was expressing. He could not understand, or chose not to understand, that what is scary to a 5-year-old watching a horror movie for the first time is completely different from what might scare someone who is older and more experienced with the genre. His dismissal of my fear probably stung a bit, that feeling of being made to feel silly or childish for being afraid of something that seemed so real and threatening to me. But I did not push the issue, and we eventually settled down for the night. This visit seemed like it would be unremarkable, just another evening where my mother's friend came over with her son, and nothing particularly notable happened. But then, a year later, when I was 7 years old, the friend and her son came over to visit yet again. By this point, I was still clearly and obviously scared of the movie Mama. The nightmares had continued. The fear had not diminished. And anyone who paid attention could tell that this movie had left a lasting mark on me. The friend's son, now 12 years old, was well aware of my ongoing fear because we had talked about it during previous visits and because it was probably obvious from the way I acted and the things I said. What happened next showed a level of cruelty that some older kids seem to specialize in. That particular kind of meanness that comes from knowing exactly what terrifies someone and choosing to exploit that fear for their own entertainment. He told me to go into the basement bathroom and wait there for him. I am not sure why I agreed to do this. Maybe he framed it as a game or a challenge. Maybe he said he wanted to show me something. Maybe I was just naive enough to trust that he would not do anything to hurt or scare me. Whatever the reason, I went down to the basement and into the bathroom, probably already feeling a bit uneasy because basements are inherently scary places for children, especially children who are already dealing with fears related to horror movies. I was waiting in that basement bathroom, probably wondering what was taking so long and starting to feel increasingly nervous about being down there by myself in a space that already felt creepy and isolated. The basement bathroom was likely not a very inviting place to begin with its concrete walls and dim lighting and the particular atmosphere that basement rooms always seem to have. Every sound would have seemed amplified, every shadow would have looked potentially threatening, and my imagination would have been working overtime, filling in the darkness with possibilities drawn from the nightmares that had been plaguing me for years. Before I knew what was happening, he came into the bathroom, but he was not just walking in to talk to me or to tell me the game was over. He had put on a Halloween costume, something that probably resembled or reminded me of the ghost from Mama, or was just generically scary enough to trigger all of my deepest fears. The moment I saw him in that costume, my heart must have stopped. For a split second, my terrified brain probably could not distinguish between the costume and the actual thing I had been afraid of for years. This was the nightmare becoming real, the thing I had been scared of finally appearing in front of me. Then he started screaming, adding sound to the visual horror and overwhelming my senses completely. The screaming echoed in the small bathroom space, bouncing off the hard surfaces and becoming even more disorienting and frightening. Before I could react or try to run away or do anything to protect myself, he shut off the light, plunging the bathroom into complete darkness. Suddenly I could not see anything, could not orient myself, could not tell where he was or what was happening. The darkness made everything infinitely worse, removing my ability to use my eyes to understand my surroundings and leaving me completely vulnerable. And then he grabbed me. In the pitch-black bathroom, with the echoes of his screaming still ringing in my ears and my mind reeling from the sight of him in that costume, I felt hands grabbing at me, and I completely lost any composure I had left. The combination of the costume, the screaming, the sudden darkness, and the physical grabbing was too much for my 7-year-old brain to handle. It was every nightmare I had ever had come to life all at once, concentrated into a few seconds of pure terror that felt like it would never end. I fell to the ground, my legs giving out completely as my body went into a kind of shock. I started crying, not just quiet tears, but the kind of full-body sobbing that comes from being completely overwhelmed by fear and betrayal and confusion. This was not just being scared by a movie anymore. This was being actively terrorized by someone I had trusted, someone who knew exactly how afraid I was and had chosen to weaponize that fear against me in the cruelest way possible. This moment in that basement bathroom became the scariest thing I had ever experienced up to that point in my life, surpassing even the original viewing of the movie that had started all of this. The movie had been frightening because of what I saw on a screen, but this was real. This was happening to me in my own house, perpetrated by someone who I thought was at least somewhat of a friend, or at least someone who would not hurt me. The betrayal and the fear combined into something that went beyond what a horror movie could ever accomplish. The aftermath of this incident was probably chaotic. My mother and her friend must have heard my crying and come down to the basement to find out what had happened. There would have been explanations and apologies, probably some anger directed at the boy who had done this to me, and attempts to comfort me and calm me down. But no amount of explanation or apology could undo what had just happened, or erase the memory of those few terrifying moments in the dark bathroom. This experience likely extended and intensified the nightmares that I had already been dealing with for years. Now I had a new traumatic memory to add to the collection, a real-life event that proved that the scary things could jump out of the screen and into my actual life. The basement bathroom probably became a place I refused to go into for a long time afterward. The trust I had in older kids, or at least in that particular older kid, was completely shattered. Looking back on it now as an adult, I can see the incident for what it was. A mean prank pulled by a kid who was old enough to know better, but not mature enough to understand the real impact his actions would have. He probably thought it was funny, or that it would be a harmless scare that I would get over quickly. He might not have realized or cared about the fact that I had been dealing with genuine trauma related to that movie for years, and that what he was doing was not just a simple jump scare, but a deliberate exploitation of a deep-seated fear that had been affecting my life since I was 5 years old. But in the moment, and for years afterward, there was no adult perspective to provide context or minimize the fear. There was just the memory of being trapped in a dark bathroom with someone screaming and grabbing at me while wearing a costume that represented everything I had been afraid of for years. That memory became one of those defining moments of childhood, the kind of thing that shapes how you see the world and how you respond to fear. The incident probably affected my relationship with that boy as well. I doubt I ever fully trusted him again after that, and I probably dreaded seeing him whenever my mother's friend came to visit. What had maybe been a neutral or even friendly relationship before became something tainted by the memory of what he had done to me in that basement bathroom. He had proven himself capable of cruelty, of taking pleasure in my fear, and that is not something a child easily forgets or forgives. For my mother and her friend, this incident probably created some awkwardness in their relationship as well. How do you maintain a friendship when one person's child has deliberately terrorized the other person's child? There would have been difficult conversations, expectations that the boy would apologize or be punished in some way, and a lingering tension around the question of whether he truly understood how wrong his actions had been. The experience also taught me some unfortunate lessons about vulnerability and trust. I learned that sharing your fears with others, especially with older kids who might not take them seriously, can open you up to being exploited and hurt. I learned that not everyone will respect your feelings or care about your emotional well-being. I learned that sometimes the people who should know better will choose to be cruel anyway. These are harsh lessons for a 7-year-old to learn, and they probably made me more guarded and less willing to open up about my fears going forward. The nightmares related to the movie Mama eventually did fade as I got older, and my brain developed better tools for processing and contextualizing fear. By the time I was 8 or 9, the images from the movie no longer had the same power over me that they had when I was younger. But the memory of what happened in that basement bathroom never lost its edge. It remained sharp and vivid, a reminder of a time when I was vulnerable and someone chose to take advantage of that vulnerability in the worst possible way. Now, looking back on the whole experience from the perspective of someone much older, I can see the entire arc of what happened. It started with a 5-year-old secretly watching a movie from behind a couch, led to years of nightmares and fear, and culminated in a cruel prank that magnified all of that existing terror into a concentrated moment of horror. It is a story about childhood fear, about the lasting impact that scary media can have on young minds, and about how trust can be violated and trauma can be compounded by the thoughtless or malicious actions of others. The boy who did this to me probably does not think about it much now, if he even remembers it at all. For him, it was likely just one prank among many, a moment of entertainment that he moved on from immediately. But for me, it remained one of the most frightening experiences of my childhood, a memory that I can still recall with perfect clarity even though so many years have passed. That is often how these things work. The perpetrator forgets while the victim remembers, carrying the weight of the experience long after the person who caused it has moved on to other things. The basement bathroom where it happened probably still exists, maybe in the same house, or maybe not if my family moved at some point. But whether or not the physical space still exists, it exists permanently in my memory as the site of that terrifying moment. Every detail is still there. The feel of the floor when I fell, the sound of the screaming echoing off the walls, the absolute darkness when the light went out, the sensation of being grabbed and not knowing what was happening or how to make it stop. These sensory memories remain vivid and accessible, testament to how deeply fear can carve itself into our minds when we are young and vulnerable. When I was younger, a small girl went missing from my aunt's neighborhood, and the entire community was thrown into a state of panic and grief that I will never forget. It was the kind of event that changes a place forever, that makes parents hold their children a little tighter, and makes everyone look at their neighbors with new suspicion and fear. The disappearance of a child is every parent's worst nightmare, and when it happens in your own neighborhood, in a place you thought was safe, it shatters the sense of security that people rely on to get through their daily lives. The girl had been playing at the local park, just doing what kids do on any normal day. Parks are supposed to be safe places where children can run and play and be kids, where parents can relax a little and let their children have some freedom and independence. But on this particular day, something went horribly wrong. The girl was there one moment playing on the swings or the slide or chasing friends around the playground, and then she was simply gone. No one saw exactly what happened, or if they did see something, they did not realize at the time that they were witnessing a kidnapping. Maybe they saw a man talking to a little girl and assumed it was her father or uncle. Maybe they saw a child getting into a car and thought it was a normal pickup by a family member. Or maybe the kidnapper was careful and waited for a moment when no one was watching, when the girl had wandered slightly away from the other children, or when the adults supervising had their attention elsewhere for just a few crucial seconds. When the girl did not come home that evening, her parents knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Children that age do not just wander off for hours without telling anyone. They do not forget to come home for dinner or lose track of time to that extent. The parents called friends and neighbors, checked with other families whose children had been at the park, drove around the neighborhood looking for any sign of her. When none of these efforts produced results, they called the police and reported their daughter missing. The police response to a missing child is always swift and comprehensive. Officers began searching the area around the park, going door to door to ask if anyone had seen anything, checking with local businesses to see if their security cameras had captured any useful footage. Search parties were organized with volunteers from the community, people who wanted to help in any way they could. Flyers were printed with the girl's photo and description, offering a reward for information and begging anyone who knew anything to come forward. The local news picked up the story, broadcasting the girl's picture and the circumstances of her disappearance to a wider audience. The search went on for about 2 weeks, 14 agonizing days during which her parents and the entire community held on to hope that she might still be found alive. Every day that passed made that hope a little harder to maintain, but no one wanted to give up or admit the possibility that she might already be dead. Parents in the neighborhood kept their children close, no longer allowing them to play outside unsupervised, walking them to and from school, checking on them constantly. The carefree atmosphere that had existed before was replaced with fear and vigilance, with everyone looking over their shoulders and suspecting strangers. During those 2 weeks of searching, the person who had taken the girl was living with a terrible secret. He had kidnapped her from the park, and at some point shortly after taking her, he had killed her. The reasons why are impossible for any normal person to understand. What drives someone to harm a child, to take a young life that has barely begun, to destroy a family and traumatize a community? There are no good answers to these questions, only the terrible reality that such people exist and that they sometimes act on their darkest impulses. After killing the girl, the kidnapper did something that was both horrifying and calculated. He chopped up her body into pieces, a gruesome act that shows a level of cold-bloodedness and detachment from normal human empathy that is almost impossible to comprehend. This was not a crime of passion or an accident that spiraled out of control. This was methodical and deliberate, the actions of someone who was thinking about how to avoid getting caught, rather than being consumed by guilt or remorse for what he had done. He then kept the pieces of her body in his freezer for those 2 weeks while the search was going on all around him. Imagine the psychological state of someone who could do that, who could go about their daily life with the remains of a murdered child stored in their home like so much frozen meat. He would have seen the news reports about the missing girl, would have known that her parents were desperately searching for her, would have been aware of the community's fear and grief, and through it all, he kept his secret, maintaining a normal facade while hiding evidence of his terrible crime in his freezer. Eventually, he decided that he needed to dispose of the body. Keeping it indefinitely would be too risky, too likely to be discovered if anyone ever had reason to search his home. So he came up with a plan that he apparently thought was clever, but that turned out to be incredibly stupid and careless. He put the pieces of the girl's body into black garbage bags, the same kind of bags that people use for regular household trash. Then he placed these bags next to the regular trash bags that were set out for collection, apparently believing that the garbage men would simply pick them up along with everything else and take them to the landfill, where they would be buried and never found. This plan showed a fundamental lack of understanding about how trash collection works and how human remains behave. Bodies, even when frozen and chopped up, have a distinct and unmistakable smell as they begin to decompose. The freezing had preserved the remains to some extent, but once they were removed from the freezer and left out in garbage bags, especially if the weather was warm, decomposition would begin relatively quickly, and the smell of decomposing human remains is something that people notice and recognize, even if they have never encountered it before. It is not a smell that can be easily mistaken for regular garbage or ignored. The bags were discovered not by the garbage men, but by a maid or cleaning person who was working in the area. She noticed a weird smell coming from the bags, something that immediately struck her as wrong and concerning. Instead of just ignoring it or assuming it was just particularly nasty trash, she decided to investigate. Maybe she had a strong sense of intuition that told her this was something more serious than ordinary garbage. Maybe the smell was so bad that she felt she needed to identify the source before it got worse. Or maybe she had been following the news about the missing girl, and some instinct told her that these bags might be connected to that case. When she checked the bags and saw what was inside, the horror and shock must have been overwhelming. She had stumbled upon the remains of a murdered child, the little girl that the entire community had been searching for. The discovery answered the terrible question of what had happened to her, but it also confirmed everyone's worst fears. The girl was not going to be found alive and returned to her family. She had been murdered and dismembered, treated with a level of cruelty and disrespect that no human being, let alone a child, should ever experience. The police were called immediately, and the scene was secured as a crime scene. Forensic investigators would have carefully documented everything, collecting the bags as evidence, photographing the location, interviewing the person who found them, and anyone else who might have seen something relevant. The bags and their contents would have been taken to the medical examiner's office for analysis, to confirm the identity of the victim and to look for any evidence that might point to who had killed her. The news that the girl's body had been found spread through the community quickly, bringing a wave of grief and horror that replaced the anxious hope that people had been clinging to. Parents had to explain to their children what had happened, had to find words to describe something that should never happen and that no child should have to know about. The girl's family had to confront the reality that their daughter was never coming home, that she had died in a terrible way, and that they would never get to see her grow up or achieve any of the dreams and possibilities that her young life had held. The investigation into who had killed her would have intensified at this point. The location where the bags were found would provide clues about who had placed them there. Were there security cameras in the area that might have captured someone putting the bags out? Were there fingerprints or DNA on the bags that could be matched to a suspect? The fact that the body had been kept in a freezer suggested that the killer had access to a residence or business with freezer space, which might help narrow down the list of possible suspects. But despite what should have been strong leads and an intensive investigation, I do not think the person who did this was ever caught. This is one of the most frustrating and tragic aspects of the whole terrible story. Someone got away with murdering a child, with taking a young life and destroying a family, and they have never been held accountable for what they did. They might still be living in the same area, walking the same streets, maybe even having normal interactions with people who have no idea what they did. Or they might have moved away, started a new life somewhere else, carrying the secret of their crime with them. The failure to catch the killer would have left the community with a lingering sense of unease and unfinished business. There was no trial where justice could be seen to be done, no conviction that would at least provide some closure and confirmation that the person responsible was being punished. The fear that the killer was still out there, possibly living among them, would have been a constant source of anxiety. Parents would wonder if their children were safe, if the person who had killed once might do it again, if there was some way to identify and avoid the danger that had already struck once. After the girl's body was found and the reality of what had happened became clear, life in my aunt's neighborhood changed significantly. I was not allowed out in her neighborhood after dark for a while, and I am sure many other children faced similar restrictions from their parents. The freedom and innocence that children had enjoyed before, the ability to play outside without constant supervision, was replaced with rules and limitations designed to keep them safe. Parents became more protective, more suspicious of strangers, more aware of the potential dangers that existed in the world. The park where the girl had been kidnapped probably became a different place after that tragedy. Parents might have avoided taking their children there, or if they did go, they would have watched their kids with hawk-like intensity, never letting them out of sight even for a moment. The playground equipment and open spaces that were meant to be places of joy and childhood fun became instead a reminder of what had been lost and what could happen when vigilance was relaxed even briefly. For the girl's family, the pain and loss were unimaginable and permanent. They had to bury their daughter, had to live with the knowledge of how she died and what had been done to her body, had to face every holiday and birthday and milestone with the aching absence of the child who should have been there. The lack of justice, the fact that no one was ever caught and punished for taking their daughter's life, would have been an additional burden to carry alongside their grief. The community as a whole was traumatized by what had happened. This was not something that happened in big cities or dangerous neighborhoods. This was a local park in an area where people thought they were safe, where children should have been able to play without fear. The randomness and senselessness of the crime made it even more frightening. There was no way to predict it or prevent it, no clear pattern that could be studied and avoided. It was just a terrible thing that happened to an innocent child who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Years later, the case probably remains officially open, sitting in some cold case file waiting for new evidence or a confession that might never come. Advances in forensic technology might offer new possibilities for solving old crimes. And there is always a chance that DNA evidence that was collected but could not be analyzed at the time might yield results with newer techniques. But for many cold cases, especially those that are decades old, the chances of resolution grow slimmer with each passing year. The story serves as a grim reminder of the importance of staying vigilant and aware, of teaching children about safety without robbing them of their childhood innocence, of building communities where people look out for each other and report suspicious behavior. It shows how quickly tragedy can strike and how profoundly it can affect everyone involved, from the immediate family to the wider community, to children like me who were growing up in the shadow of this terrible event. I think about that little girl sometimes, wondering what kind of person she would have grown up to be if she had been given the chance. I think about her parents and family members carrying their grief through the years, never getting the justice or closure they deserved. And I think about the person who did this, who took a child's life and got away with it. And I wonder if they ever feel remorse, or if they have managed to completely suppress what they did and move on with their life as if nothing happened. The neighborhood where my aunt lives eventually returned to something resembling normal life, but the memory of what happened never completely faded. Parents still tell their children to be careful, still hold their hands a little tighter in public places, still feel a flutter of fear when a child is a few minutes late coming home. The tragedy became part of the neighborhood's history, a dark chapter that people remember and that shapes how they think about safety and community and the fragility of the things we take for granted. For me personally, the event had a lasting impact on how I viewed the world. I learned at a young age that terrible things can happen anywhere, that danger does not always announce itself clearly, and that not all stories have happy endings or justice being served. The restrictions placed on me after the girl's body was found, not being allowed out after dark in my aunt's neighborhood, were frustrating at the time but made sense in the context of a community trying to protect its children from an unknown threat. The fact that the killer was never caught means that somewhere, someone knows what happened. Either the killer himself carries that knowledge, or perhaps someone close to him noticed something suspicious and chose to remain silent. The burden of that secret, whether carried by one person or shared by multiple people who suspected but said nothing, is a heavy one. The truth about what happened to that little girl, the full details of how she was taken and killed and why, may never be fully known. And that uncertainty, that lack of resolution, is yet another tragedy layered on top of the loss of a young life. The black garbage bags that were found by the maid that day became evidence in an unsolved crime, physical proof of a terrible act, but not enough to lead to an arrest and conviction. They represented both the brutality of what had been done and the carelessness of someone who thought they could dispose of a human being like ordinary trash. The smell that led to their discovery was the final indignity suffered by the victim, but it was also what brought the truth to light and at least gave the family the ability to lay their daughter to rest properly. This story, like too many others, remains unfinished. The questions outnumber the answers. The pain continues long after the immediate crisis has passed, and justice remains elusive. But the memory of what happened and the impact it had on everyone involved serves as a reminder of why we must protect the vulnerable, why we must remain vigilant, and why we must never give up seeking justice for victims, even when the path forward seems impossible. In Poland, there were about 10 German soldiers who found themselves in one of the most horrific situations imaginable during the aftermath of World War II. These men became trapped inside a bunker after it was bombed, sealed off from the outside world, in what would become their prison and their tomb for an unbelievable length of time. The bunker that had been designed to protect them from enemy fire instead became a dark, underground hell, where they would spend years of their lives slowly withering away, cut off from sunlight, fresh air, and any connection to the world above them. When the bombing occurred, it must have been absolutely catastrophic. The structure of the bunker was damaged in such a way that the exits became completely blocked, tons of rubble and earth sealing the men inside, with no way to dig themselves out. In those first hours and days after the collapse, they probably tried everything they could think of to escape. They would have clawed at the debris, attempted to move the massive chunks of concrete and earth that stood between them and freedom, shouted for help in the desperate hope that someone might hear them and come to their rescue. But their efforts were futile. The damage was too extensive, the debris too heavy, and perhaps most devastating of all, there was no one coming to look for them. The war had ended, or was ending, and in the chaos of those final days and the immediate aftermath, entire units were lost or forgotten. Communication lines had broken down, records had been destroyed, and armies were in full retreat or dissolution. The exact location of every bunker and every soldier was not tracked with the kind of precision that might have led to a rescue effort. These men simply vanished from the official record, trapped beneath the earth while the world moved on without them. At first, the soldiers would have had some hope of rescue. They probably believed that it was only a matter of time before someone would dig them out, that their absence would be noticed and a search would be mounted. But as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months with no sign of rescue, that hope would have slowly begun to fade. They were forced to confront the terrible reality that they might be down there for a very long time, that they might have to find a way to survive in this underground prison with only the limited resources available to them. Food became their most critical concern. The bunker would have had some supplies stored, military rations that were meant to sustain the soldiers during their duty shifts. But these supplies were never intended to last for years. The men had to begin rationing immediately, dividing up what they had and restricting themselves to the bare minimum needed to stay alive. Every bite of food had to be carefully considered, every morsel saved and stretched as far as it would go. They probably created a system for distributing the rations fairly, knowing that their survival depended on cooperation and careful management of their dwindling resources. But even with the strictest rationing, the stored food eventually ran out. When that happened, the soldiers were forced to turn to the only other source of protein available to them in their underground prison. Rats had found their way into the bunker, probably through cracks and small openings that were too small for a man to escape through, but large enough for rodents to squeeze through. These rats became the soldiers' primary food source, a grim necessity that they had to overcome their revulsion to accept. They would have had to catch the rats, kill them, and prepare them in whatever way they could manage with the limited tools and fuel they had available. The psychological barrier of eating rats, creatures that are associated with disease and filth, must have been enormous to overcome. But hunger is a powerful motivator, and survival instinct eventually overrides disgust. Water was another critical resource. Bunkers were typically designed with some water storage or access to groundwater, but maintaining a clean water supply in those conditions would have been incredibly difficult. They would have had to be extremely careful about contamination, about rationing their water consumption, about keeping their drinking water separate from waste. The management of basic human needs, like drinking, sanitation, and hygiene, in a sealed underground space with no ventilation or drainage, would have been a constant challenge and source of disease. As the years dragged on, the conditions in the bunker became increasingly unbearable. The air quality would have deteriorated, becoming stale and oxygen poor as the ventilation systems failed or became blocked. The darkness would have been almost total, with whatever lights or candles they had eventually burning out, leaving them in perpetual blackness. The psychological impact of living in complete darkness for years on end, never seeing the sun or the sky, never experiencing the passage of day and night, would have been devastating to their mental health. The soldiers began to die one by one, victims of disease, malnutrition, and the horrific conditions they were living in. Without proper medical care or medicine, even minor illnesses or injuries could become fatal. Infections would have spread in the unsanitary conditions. Weakened immune systems would have been unable to fight off diseases, and the chronic malnutrition would have made their bodies increasingly fragile and unable to heal. Each death would have been a terrible blow to the survivors, not just emotionally, but also practically, as it meant one less person to share the work of survival and one more body to deal with in their confined space. Some of the soldiers could not bear the suffering any longer and chose to end their own lives. The psychological torment of being trapped underground for years, watching their comrades die, living in darkness and filth, eating rats and slowly starving, would have pushed some of them beyond their ability to endure. Suicide became an escape from a situation that seemed to have no other exit, a way to control at least the manner and timing of their death when everything else had been taken from their control. The survivors would have had to witness these suicides, would have had to live with the bodies of their comrades who had chosen death over continued suffering. Eventually, there were only 2 soldiers left alive in that bunker. 2 men who had somehow managed to survive when all the others had died, who had endured years of unimaginable hardship and were still clinging to life despite having every reason to give up. These final 2 survivors must have developed a deep bond forged through shared trauma, relying on each other for company and motivation to keep going, even when there seemed to be no point in continuing to survive. After what I initially believed was about 15 years trapped underground, though research suggests it may have actually been closer to 6 years with around 5 soldiers initially trapped, the bunker was finally discovered and opened. Someone, somehow, found the buried bunker and began the process of excavating it and breaking through the debris that had sealed it shut for so long. The rescue effort must have been difficult and time-consuming, carefully removing rubble and earth while trying not to cause further collapse or injury to anyone who might still be alive inside. When the bunker was finally opened and light from the outside world flooded in for the first time in years, one of the 2 remaining soldiers died almost immediately. After spending so long in complete darkness, His eyes and his system could not handle the sudden exposure to bright light. The shock of it, both physical and psychological, was too much for his weakened body to handle. He had survived years of unimaginable hardship, had made it through disease and starvation and despair, had outlasted nearly all of his comrades, only to die at the moment of rescue because his body could no longer process normal sensory input. The tragedy of this death, coming so close to freedom and safety, is almost unbearable to contemplate. The last surviving soldier, the final man left alive from the original group that had been trapped, was in a condition that shocked the rescuers. He had a beard that had grown all the way down to his toes, years of unchecked growth in the darkness of the bunker, creating a mass of hair that covered much of his body. This detail, more than almost anything else, illustrates just how long these men had been trapped and how completely cut off from normal life they had been. He was also partially blind, his eyes damaged by the years spent in darkness and possibly by malnutrition and disease. His body would have been emaciated, his muscles wasted from lack of proper nutrition and the confined space that prevented normal movement. The psychological state of this final survivor is difficult to imagine. He had watched all of his comrades die, had spent years in darkness eating rats and rationing scraps, had lost track of time and possibly of his own identity. The world he emerged into would have been completely different from the one he had left. The war was over. Germany had been defeated and divided. The political landscape of Europe had been completely transformed. Everyone he had known might be dead or scattered. His home might no longer exist, and he himself had been presumed dead for years. The question of why it took so long for the bunker to be discovered is troubling. Were there no searches conducted for missing soldiers? Did the bombing damage disguise the bunker so well that no one realized there was a structure beneath the rubble? Was the area simply abandoned after the war, with no one having reason to excavate or investigate? The fact that these men could be trapped for years without anyone finding them speaks to the chaos and devastation of the war's end, to the enormous number of casualties and missing persons that overwhelmed any ability to account for everyone. When this story came to light, it must have shocked the world. The idea that soldiers had survived for years in such conditions, that they had been forgotten and left to die slowly in an underground tomb, would have been horrifying to contemplate. It raised questions about the duty of care owed to soldiers, about the failures of military bureaucracy that allowed men to be lost and forgotten, about the resilience of human beings in the face of unimaginable suffering. The survivor who made it out of the bunker alive would have faced an incredibly difficult process of rehabilitation and reintegration. His body would have needed extensive medical care to recover from years of malnutrition and disease. His eyes would have needed treatment and protection as they slowly adjusted to light again after so long in darkness. His beard would have been cut, his body washed and cared for, his physical wounds treated as best they could be, but the psychological scars from his experience would have been much harder to address. How do you return to normal life after spending years trapped underground watching your friends die? How do you sleep in a regular bed under an open sky when you have spent so long in a dark, confined bunker? How do you eat normal food when you have survived on rats for years? How do you trust that the nightmare is really over and that you are not going to wake up back in that darkness? The trauma of such an experience would be profound and lasting, likely affecting every aspect of the survivor's remaining life. The story also raises questions about the other soldiers who died in that bunker. Did they have families who never knew what happened to them? Were they listed as missing in action, leaving their loved ones to wonder for years whether they might still be alive somewhere? When the bunker was finally opened and the bodies were discovered, were families finally able to get closure and know what had happened to their sons or husbands or fathers? The bureaucratic process of identifying remains and notifying next of kin would have been complicated by the condition of the bodies and the passage of so much time. After doing some research into this story, it appears that the details may not be quite as extreme as initially believed. Rather than 10 soldiers trapped for 15 years, it seems it was more like 5 soldiers trapped for 6 years. But even these revised numbers represent an almost unimaginable ordeal. 6 years trapped underground is still an eternity. Still more than enough time for multiple people to die of disease and starvation. Still long enough to grow a beard to your toes and lose your vision in the darkness. The specific numbers matter less than the fundamental horror of the situation these men endured. The story serves as a reminder of the countless individual tragedies that made up World War II, the personal hells that individual soldiers experienced beyond the large-scale battles and campaigns that dominate the history books. While generals were making strategic decisions and nations were negotiating treaties, these men were trapped in the dark eating rats and watching each other die. Their suffering was unknown to the world, unrecorded in the official histories, forgotten by everyone except themselves. It also illustrates the sometimes arbitrary nature of survival in extreme circumstances. Why did 1 or 2 men survive when all the others died? Was it physical constitution, mental fortitude, luck, or some combination of all 3? The survivors were not necessarily stronger or smarter or more deserving than those who died. They simply happened to be the ones whose bodies and minds held out long enough to still be alive when rescue finally came. And in a cruel twist, one of them survived the bunker, only to die from the shock of rescue itself. His body unable to process the return to normal conditions after adapting for so long to the abnormal. The image of that final survivor with his beard grown to his toes, partially blind, emerging from the bunker after years in darkness, is one that captures the imagination and breaks the heart. He represents both the incredible resilience of the human spirit and the terrible cost of survival in impossible circumstances. He lived through something that no one should ever have to experience, bore witness to deaths and suffering that will haunt anyone who hears about them, and emerged into a world that had moved on without him. What happened to this final survivor after his rescue is unclear from the available information. Did he ever fully recover physically? Was he able to rebuild any kind of normal life? Did he have family or friends still alive to return to? Did he receive the medical and psychological care he needed? Did he ever speak publicly about his experience? Or did he choose to remain silent about the horrors he had witnessed and endured? These questions remain unanswered, adding to the mystery and tragedy of an already devastating story. The bunker itself, once opened and its grim contents revealed, would have stood as a testament to the suffering that had occurred there. Whether it was preserved as a memorial or demolished and forgotten is unknown, but the memory of what happened in that underground space should not be lost. It is part of the larger story of World War II, a war that claimed tens of millions of lives and created countless individual tragedies like this one. These soldiers deserve to be remembered, not just as statistics or casualties of war, but as human beings who suffered terribly and died alone in the dark, far from home and forgotten by the world they had been sent to fight for. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it. 2 years ago, my grandmother's brother passed away, but not in any way that anyone could have anticipated or prepared for. His death came in a horrible accident that has haunted our family ever since, not just because we lost someone we loved, but because of how random and preventable it seemed. He was doing such a basic, daily thing that you would not really expect death from, which is what makes it so scary to me and to everyone who heard about what happened. The ordinariness of the activity, combined with the extraordinary and tragic outcome, creates a kind of fear that is hard to shake, because it reminds us that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. He had gone fishing that day, an activity he had probably done hundreds or even thousands of times before throughout his life. Fishing is one of those peaceful, relaxing hobbies that people take up precisely because it feels safe and calm. You sit by the water, cast your line, wait patiently for a bite, and enjoy the quiet and the connection with nature. It is not supposed to be dangerous. It is not an extreme sport or a high-risk activity. It is fishing, something that grandparents do with their grandchildren, something that people do to unwind and escape from stress, something that represents simplicity and peace rather than danger and death. On this particular day, he was probably looking forward to a few hours of relaxation and solitude, or maybe he was fishing with friends or family members who shared his love of the sport. He would have prepared his equipment, gathered his tackle box and rod, chosen his spot by the water, and settled in for what should have been an unremarkable and pleasant afternoon. The weather was probably nice, the kind of day that makes you grateful to be outside and alive. There was no reason to think that anything was wrong or that this day would be any different from all the other times he had gone fishing. But something terrible was hidden beneath the surface of the water where he was fishing, something that he had no way of knowing about or avoiding. When he cast his fishing rod out into the water, the line or the rod itself somehow caught onto a big electrical wire that was underwater. This should not have been there. Electrical wires are not supposed to be running through bodies of water where people fish and swim and boat. But somehow, whether through faulty infrastructure, illegal dumping, an accident, or neglect, this wire was there, live and dangerous, waiting to kill someone. The moment his fishing rod made contact with that electrical wire, a massive amount of electricity would have surged through the rod and into his body. Fishing rods, especially older ones or those made with certain materials, can conduct electricity extremely well. The water would have made the situation even more deadly, as water is an excellent conductor of electricity. The shock would have been instant and devastating, sending thousands of volts through his system before he even had time to realize what was happening or let go of the rod. Electrocution is a horrible way to die. The electrical current disrupts the normal functioning of the heart and the nervous system, causing the muscles to seize up and contract involuntarily. The victim often cannot let go of whatever is conducting the electricity because their muscles have locked in place. The heart goes into an irregular rhythm or stops beating altogether. Burns form at the points where the electricity enters and exits the body. The pain for the brief moment before consciousness is lost must be excruciating and overwhelming. But the electrocution was not the only thing that happened to him. The shock also caused him to fall into the water, either because he lost consciousness, or because the muscle contractions threw him off balance, or because his body simply gave out under the assault of the electrical current. So now he was not only being electrocuted, but he was also underwater, unable to breathe, unable to swim to safety, unable to call for help. The combination of electrocution and drowning created a situation where survival was virtually impossible. If there were other people around when this happened, they would have been faced with an impossible situation. How do you help someone who is being electrocuted in the water? If you jump in to try to save them, you will likely be electrocuted as well because the water is conducting the electricity in all directions from the source. The proper response is to try to cut off the power source first, but in a situation like this, where the electrical wire is underwater and its location is unknown, that is not something that can be done quickly or easily, so people might have been forced to watch helplessly as he died, knowing that trying to save him would only result in more deaths. The emergency response would have been called. Of course, paramedics and possibly fire department rescue teams would have rushed to the scene. But by the time they arrived and were able to safely remove him from the water and assess the situation, it was probably already too late. Even if they managed to pull him out and attempt resuscitation, the damage from the electrocution and the time spent underwater without oxygen would have been too severe. His heart might have been restarted temporarily, but the injuries to his brain and other organs from lack of oxygen and from the electrical burns would have been catastrophic. The absolute worst thing about this tragedy, the detail that makes it almost unbearably cruel, is that this man had beaten cancer twice before this happened. Twice he had been diagnosed with a disease that kills millions of people every year. Twice he had gone through the grueling treatments, the chemotherapy or radiation or surgery or whatever combination of therapies were required for his particular type of cancer. Twice he had endured the nausea, the pain, the fear, the uncertainty of not knowing whether the treatment would work or whether the cancer would come back. Twice he had fought his way through to remission, had celebrated surviving something that many people do not survive, had been given a second and then a third chance at life. Cancer is one of the most feared diagnoses a person can receive. The treatments are brutal, often making patients feel worse before they feel better, if they feel better at all. The recovery process is long and difficult, requiring tremendous physical and emotional strength. Many people do not survive their first bout with cancer, let alone come back from it twice. The fact that he had done this, had proven himself to be a fighter and a survivor, had overcome such tremendous odds, only to die in a random fishing accident feels cosmically unfair. He had proven that he could beat the biggest, scariest challenge that life threw at him. He had looked death in the face multiple times and refused to give in. He had done everything right, followed his treatment plans, stayed positive, fought hard, and won. And his reward for all that strength and perseverance was to die doing something completely ordinary and safe, killed by a hazard that should never have been there in the first place, in a way that was so obscure and unlikely that no one could have predicted it or warned him about it. This is what makes his death so deeply unsettling and frightening to think about. If he could survive cancer twice but die fishing, what does that say about our ability to control our own fate? What does it mean about safety and risk and the illusion of security that we all rely on to function in daily life? We can protect ourselves against known dangers, can make smart choices about our health and safety, can fight against diseases and injuries with modern medicine and determination. But how do you protect yourself against underwater electrical wires that you do not know are there? How do you prepare for dangers that are completely invisible and unexpected? The randomness and absurdity of it is almost too much to process. If you asked 100 people to list the dangers associated with fishing, electrocution by underwater electrical wire would probably not appear on anyone's list. Drowning, maybe. Or getting a hook stuck in your hand. Or sunburn, or a boat capsizing. But electrocution from submerged power lines, that is so far outside the realm of normal expectations that it seems almost impossible, like something from a dark comedy sketch rather than real life. For our family, the grief was complicated by the senselessness of it all. When someone dies of cancer, as terrible as that is, there is at least a narrative that makes sense. Cancer is a known killer, a disease that we understand even if we cannot always defeat it. There is a logic to it, a cause and effect that fits into our understanding of how the world works. But this death defied logic and understanding. It was a freak accident, an impossible convergence of circumstances that should never have occurred. My grandmother, who had just lost her brother, had to grapple with the reality that he had survived so much only to be taken by something so mundane. She had probably worried about him during his cancer treatments, had feared that she might lose him to the disease, had celebrated with him when he went into remission. and now she had to mourn him anyway, but for completely different and utterly unexpected reasons. The grief would have been mixed with anger at the unfairness of it all, at the cruel irony of his survival and then sudden death. The investigation into what happened would have tried to determine how and why there was a live electrical wire in the water where he was fishing. Was it from a nearby power line that had fallen into the water? Was it from some kind of underwater electrical equipment that had malfunctioned? Was it the result of illegal or improper electrical work done near the water? Who was responsible for this hazard existing in the first place, and why had it not been detected and removed before it could kill someone? These questions matter not just for assigning blame, but for preventing future deaths. If there was negligence involved, if some individual or company or government agency failed to properly maintain infrastructure or enforce safety regulations, then they should be held accountable. More importantly, steps should be taken to ensure that this specific hazard is removed and that similar hazards elsewhere are identified and eliminated. One death is already too many, but it becomes even more tragic if nothing is learned from it and the same thing happens to someone else. The location where the accident occurred probably became a place that our family could never look at the same way again. What had been a peaceful fishing spot, maybe somewhere he had gone for years without incident, was now the site of a tragedy. Other people might still fish there, unaware of what happened, or choosing to believe that lightning does not strike twice in the same place. But for our family, that location would forever be associated with loss and the terrible randomness of death. The fact that this happened only 2 years ago means that the grief is still relatively fresh and raw. 2 years is not very long when it comes to processing the death of a loved one, especially when that death was so sudden and unexpected. The family is probably still working through the stages of grief, still having moments where the reality of his absence hits them all over again, still wondering what if and why and how this could have happened. For me personally, hearing about how he died has changed the way I think about everyday activities and hidden dangers. I find myself being more cautious around water, more aware of the infrastructure around me, more conscious of the fact that safety is sometimes an illusion and that terrible things can happen when we least expect them. It is not that I live in constant fear or paranoia, but there is now a background awareness that the world contains dangers that we cannot always see or predict. The story also makes me think about the value of the time we have and the importance of not taking anything for granted. He beat cancer twice, which should have meant he had many more years ahead of him. But those years were stolen by a random accident that no one could have foreseen. It is a reminder that we should appreciate the people we love while we have them, that we should not assume there will always be more time for the conversations we want to have or the experiences we want to share. His death also raises questions about infrastructure safety and public responsibility. Bodies of water where people fish and swim and recreate should be safe. There should not be live electrical wires running through them, and if there are, they should be clearly marked and protected and monitored. The fact that this hazard existed and killed someone represents a failure of the systems that are supposed to keep us safe. Someone, somewhere along the line, did not do their job properly, and the result was a man's death. I wonder sometimes if he had any warning, any sense in those final moments that something was wrong. Did he feel the electricity before he lost consciousness? Did he have time to be afraid, or was it so fast that he did not suffer? These are questions that can never be answered, but they haunt me nonetheless. I hope that it was quick, that he did not have time to fully understand what was happening, that he did not experience prolonged pain or terror. The funeral would have been particularly difficult, I imagine, with people struggling to make sense of how someone who had survived so much could be taken so suddenly and in such a bizarre way? What do you say in a eulogy for someone whose death makes no sense? How do you find meaning or comfort when the circumstances are so random and preventable? The usual platitudes about everything happening for a reason, or it being their time to go, would have felt especially hollow and meaningless. 2 years later, our family continues to carry the weight of this loss and the disturbing knowledge of how he died. We share the story sometimes, not because we want to dwell on the tragedy, but because it seems important that people know about the hidden dangers that can exist in seemingly safe places. If his death can serve as a warning that saves someone else's life, if it can motivate better safety inspections and maintenance of electrical infrastructure near bodies of water, then perhaps some small meaning can be extracted from the senselessness of it all. But mostly, we just miss him and wish that he was still here. We wish that the electrical wire had not been there, or that he had chosen a different spot to fish that day, or that some small change in circumstances had resulted in a different outcome. We wish that beating cancer twice had earned him a long and peaceful retirement, filled with many more fishing trips that ended with him coming home safely to tell stories about the ones that got away. We wish that his death had made more sense, had been something we could understand and accept rather than this absurd and tragic accident that defies all logic and expectation. His story is a reminder that life is fragile and unpredictable, that survival in one context does not guarantee safety in another, and that we cannot always protect ourselves or the people we love from the random dangers that exist in the world. It is a sobering and frightening realization, but it is also one that makes us more grateful for the time we have and more determined to make the most of every ordinary day, because we never know which one might be our last. Story 10. In the mid-1970s, my dad was driving close to Chicago with my grandmother in the passenger seat, making what should have been a routine trip in an area they knew well. It was probably just an ordinary day, the kind where you get in the car to run errands or visit someone without giving much thought to potential dangers or the idea that this particular drive might turn into a story that would be told for decades to come. My dad was only 19 years old at the time, young and probably a bit cocky in the way that teenage boys often are when they are behind the wheel of a car. He had his whole life ahead of him, and he had no idea how close he came that day to having all of that taken away. Traffic around Chicago has always been challenging and unpredictable, with aggressive drivers and people who seem to think that the rules of the road do not apply to them. On this particular day, my dad encountered someone who was driving like an absolute maniac, weaving between lanes, going too fast, doing all the things that make other drivers nervous and angry. This person was creating a dangerous situation for everyone around them, and my dad made a decision that seemed reasonable at the time. He cut the other driver off, probably to get away from them, or to assert his own space on the road, or simply out of frustration with their reckless behavior. But my dad, being 19 and full of teenage bravado, did not just cut the person off and leave it at that. He decided to make his feelings known by giving the other driver the finger, flipping them off in that universal gesture of anger and contempt that teenagers seem to specialize in. It was a moment of youthful defiance and poor judgment, the kind of thing that most of us have done at some point and then immediately regretted. In most cases, this kind of behavior just results in another angry driver or maybe some aggressive honking or return gestures. But in this case, the consequences of that middle finger could have been deadly. The other driver, instead of just getting angry and moving on or engaging in the typical road rage response, did something that immediately changed the nature of the situation. He identified himself as a cop and pulled my dad over. There were flashing lights, the authoritative presence of what appeared to be law enforcement, and the sinking feeling that comes with being pulled over by the police. My dad would have immediately felt a mix of emotions, probably some fear about what kind of trouble he was in, some embarrassment at being caught doing something stupid, and maybe some confusion about why a police officer had been driving so recklessly in the first place. When the man approached the car, he made a request that was highly unusual and should have immediately raised red flags about whether this was a legitimate traffic stop. He asked my dad for his entire wallet, not just his driver's license and registration like a normal cop would request, but the whole wallet with everything in it. This is not standard procedure for any police officer conducting a routine traffic stop. Cops ask to see your license, your registration, and your proof of insurance. They do not ask you to hand over your entire wallet with all your cash, credit cards, and personal items inside. My dad, probably intimidated by the authority figure and not thinking clearly because of stress and adrenaline, complied with the request. He handed over his wallet, giving this man access to all his identification, any money he had on him, and all the other contents that people typically carry in their wallets. My grandmother, sitting in the passenger seat and watching this interaction unfold, had the good sense to question what was happening. She was asking the man why he had pulled them over and why he needed the entire wallet. These were exactly the right questions to ask, the kind of challenges that might make a fake cop nervous or cause them to back down from whatever they were planning to do. The man took the wallet and looked through it, examining my dad's driver's license in particular. He read the information on the license, seeing my dad's name, his age, his address, and all the other details that are printed there. There was a pause, a moment where he seemed to be making some kind of decision or calculation in his head. Then he said something that has echoed through my family's memory for decades. He told my dad, "You're lucky you live in Niles," referring to the town in Illinois where my dad was from. The way he said it, the specific choice of words, suggested that living in Niles had somehow saved my dad from something terrible. What that something might have been was left unspoken, but the implication was clear and chilling. After making this statement, the man threw the wallet back at my dad and drove away. He did not write a ticket, did not give a warning, did not do any of the things that a real police officer would do after pulling someone over for a traffic violation. He just left, disappearing as quickly and mysteriously as he had appeared. My dad and my grandmother were probably left sitting there in confusion, trying to process what had just happened and why it had been so strange. The encounter was unsettling enough that they remembered it clearly, but at the time they probably just chalked it up to a weird experience with a possibly corrupt cop or someone who was having a bad day. Life went on, and the incident faded into the background of daily existence, becoming just another story about a strange thing that happened once. My dad continued living his life, growing older, moving through his 20s and beyond. My grandmother went about her days as well, probably mentioning the weird traffic stop story occasionally, but not dwelling on it too much. Years passed, and the mid-1970s became the late 1970s, and the world changed in countless ways, both large and small. Then one day, a few years after the traffic stop incident, my dad and my grandmother were watching television together when a news report came on that would transform their memory of that strange encounter from a curious anecdote into the stuff of nightmares. The police had arrested a man named John Wayne Gasey, and the details of his crimes were beginning to emerge in the media coverage. Gasey was not just any criminal. He was a serial killer who had been murdering young men in the Chicago area, luring them to his house and killing them in horrific ways. The bodies of his victims were being discovered buried in the crawl space under his house and in other locations around his property. As my dad and my grandmother watched the news coverage and saw John Wayne Gacy's face on the television screen, something clicked into place in my dad's memory. He recognized the man. The face that was now being shown as one of the most notorious serial killers in American history was the same face that had pulled him over years earlier, the same person who had claimed to be a cop and had asked for his entire wallet, the same individual who had told him he was lucky to live in Niles. The realization must have been absolutely shocking and terrifying. A sudden understanding that he had been face to face with a monster and had somehow escaped. My dad always says that when he looked into John Wayne Gacy's eyes during that traffic stop, he knew something was not right. There was something off about the man, something that did not fit with what a normal police officer should be like. Maybe it was the way he looked at my dad. Maybe it was the unusual request for the entire wallet. Maybe it was the strange comment about being lucky to live in Niles. Or maybe it was some indefinable quality in his eyes that spoke to the darkness inside him. Whatever it was, my dad's instincts had picked up on the fact that this was not a normal person and that something dangerous was happening. The more we know about John Wayne Gacy and his methods, the more terrifying this encounter becomes in retrospect. Gasey was known for presenting himself as a respectable member of the community, for using tricks and deception to gain people's trust and get them to lower their guard. He had worked as a contractor and had been involved in local politics and community events. He performed as a clown at children's parties and charitable events, creating a public persona that was friendly and harmless. But beneath that facade was a predator who targeted young men and boys, luring them with promises of work or other enticements, and then torturing and murdering them. One of Gacy's known tactics was to impersonate a police officer to gain control over his victims or to approach them without raising suspicion. He had handcuffs and other police equipment that he used as part of his ruse, making his victims believe that they were being detained by law enforcement and therefore had to comply with his demands. The fact that he pulled my dad over while posing as a cop fits perfectly with his known patterns of behavior and shows just how calculated and practiced his deceptions were. The statement that my dad was lucky to live in Niles takes on an especially dark meaning when you consider what Gasey might have been planning. Gacy's victims were typically young men, and my dad, at 19 years old, would have fit the profile perfectly. The fact that Gasey looked at the license, saw where my dad lived, and then decided to let him go suggests that there was something about living in Niles that made my dad too risky as a potential victim. Maybe Niles was too close to where Gasey lived or operated, making it more likely that my dad's disappearance would be investigated seriously. Maybe Gasey had some connection to Niles that made him worry about being recognized or traced. Or maybe he had already killed someone from that area and did not want to draw attention by taking multiple victims from the same town. Whatever the reason, that detail on my dad's driver's license saved his life. If my dad had lived in a different town, if his address had been somewhere else, he might have become one of Gasey's victims that day. Instead of living to tell this story and to become my father and to have children and grandchildren, he might have ended up buried in Gasey's crawl space or disposed of in some other terrible way. The randomness of this survival, the fact that it came down to something as arbitrary as which town his family happened to live in, is almost too disturbing to fully process. My grandmother's presence in the car might also have been a factor in saving my dad's life. Gasey typically targeted young men who were alone, vulnerable, and unlikely to be immediately missed. Having a witness in the car, especially an older woman who was asking questions and might remember details, would have made it much more difficult for Gasey to proceed with whatever he had been planning. My grandmother's questions about why they were being pulled over and why the wallet was needed were not just good instincts but potentially life-saving interventions that disrupted Gasey's routine and made my dad a less appealing target. The fact that this encounter happened in the mid-1970s Years before Gasey was caught in 1978 means that my dad crossed paths with him while he was actively killing people. This was not an encounter with someone who had committed crimes in the distant past and was now reformed or in prison. This was meeting a serial killer during his most active period, when he was regularly luring and murdering young men and disposing of their bodies. The danger was real and immediate, and only a combination of luck, my grandmother's presence, and the detail about where my dad lived prevented him from becoming another statistic in one of the most horrific crime sprees in American history. When Gasey was finally caught and the full extent of his crimes became public, the nation was horrified by the details. He had killed at least 33 young men and boys, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in United States history. The bodies found in his crawl space revealed years of murder that had gone undetected while Gasey lived what appeared to be a normal, even exemplary life in his community. The contrast between his public persona and his private actions was shocking and forced people to confront the uncomfortable reality that monsters can hide in plain sight, looking and acting like ordinary people, even while committing unspeakable atrocities. For my dad, learning that the strange cop who had pulled him over was actually John Wayne Gasey must have been a moment of overwhelming emotion. There would have been fear and horror at realizing how close he had come to being killed. Gratitude for whatever circumstances had allowed him to escape, and probably a sense of survivor's guilt, knowing that other young men who had similar encounters did not make it out alive. The fact that he can still remember looking into Gasey's eyes and sensing that something was wrong shows how impactful and frightening the encounter was, even before he knew the full truth about who the man really was. This story has been passed down in our family as both a warning and a reminder of how fragile life can be and how close we can come to disaster without even realizing it. It is a story about trusting your instincts when something feels off, about the importance of having someone else with you who can ask questions and be a witness, and about the role that pure chance and random details can play in determining whether we live or die. The fact that my dad is alive to tell this story, and that I exist because he survived that encounter, makes the whole thing feel even more significant and meaningful to our family. My dad's experience also adds to the larger story of John Wayne Gasey and helps us understand how he was able to operate for so long without being caught. He was skilled at reading situations, at identifying vulnerable targets, and at backing off when circumstances were not ideal for him to proceed. The fact that he let my dad go rather than trying to force the situation shows that he was calculating and careful, qualities that allowed him to continue killing for years without raising the kind of suspicions that would have led to his capture. When I hear this story, I am struck by how many small details had to align for my dad to survive. If my grandmother had not been in the car, if my dad had lived in a different town, if he had not given Gasey the finger and prompted the traffic stop in the first place, or if any number of other small factors had been different, the outcome could have been completely different. Life contains these moments where we unknowingly stand at a crossroads between survival and death, and we only realize later how close we came to taking the wrong path. The story also makes me think about all the other people who might have had similar encounters with Gasey and escaped without knowing how lucky they were. There were probably others who were pulled over by him while he was impersonating a cop, or who were approached by him in other contexts, but for whatever reason did not become victims. Some of them might not even remember the encounter, or might not have recognized him when he was arrested years later. My dad was fortunate enough to be watching television with my grandmother when the news about Gasey's arrest came on, allowing him to make the connection and understand the true nature of what had happened to him. Even now, decades after the encounter and long after Gasey was executed for his crimes, my dad still talks about looking into his eyes and knowing something was wrong. That instinctive sense of danger, that feeling that something about this person was off, even though he could not have known specifically what it was, may have saved his life by making him more cautious or by influencing how he responded to the situation. We should all be so lucky as to have our instincts work that well when we need them most. The story of my dad's encounter with John Wayne Gacy is a reminder that evil exists in the world and that sometimes we come into contact with it without even realizing what we are dealing with until much later. It is a story about survival and luck and the thin line that separates those who make it home safely from those who do not. And it is a story that our family will continue to tell for generations, both as a piece of our personal history and as a testament to how precious and precarious life can be. It has been 9 years since that weekend, but the memory of it is as sharp and cold as a winter morning. When you are young, you think the world is built for your amusement. You think that music festivals with their loud bass, bright lights, and sea of people are safe bubbles where reality can't touch you. I was at one of those festivals with my friends. It wasn't one of the glamorous high-end ones you see on Instagram. It was a bit grittier, a bit messier, the kind of place where the music is good, but the organization is chaotic and the surrounding area is a little rough around the edges. We were having the time of our lives, completely unaware that we were dancing just a few 100 meters away from a nightmare. It was the second day of the festival, a Saturday, and the energy was frantic. We had spent the entire day jumping, drinking, and losing ourselves in the crowd. By the time the headliners finished and the after-hours sets began to wind down, we were exhausted. It was around 4 or 5 in the morning, that strange time of day where it isn't quite night anymore, but the sun hasn't fully risen. The sky was a bruised purple and gray, bleeding into the horizon. The air was damp and cold, a stark contrast to the sweaty heat of the mosh pits we had been in hours earlier. There were 4 of us in our little group. Me, my best male mate, and 2 of our close female friends. We had rented a flat nearby to save money on the expensive on-site camping. It wasn't a long walk, maybe 20 minutes or so, but it took us away from the main festival grounds and through a quieter, more desolate area. We decided to walk back instead of waiting for a cab because the lines were insane and we just wanted to crash. We stumbled out of the festival gates, ears still ringing, laughing about something stupid that had happened during the concert. The walk home felt entirely uneventful at the time. We walked down a long stretch of road that was lined with overgrown grass and drainage ditches on either side. It was the kind of road that feels lonely, even in the middle of the day, but at that hour, under the gray dawn light, it was desolate. We were the only ones walking in that direction. I remember feeling a sense of relief that we were together. We were a pack. I remember looking at the silhouette of the trees and the dark water in the drainage channels and thinking nothing of it other than it looked a bit bleak. We made it to our rented flat, unlocked the door, and collapsed into our beds, passing out almost immediately. We felt safe. We had no idea how close we had just walked to a crime scene. We woke up a few hours later, around noon on Sunday. The plan was to grab some food, shower, and head back for the final day of the festival. But as soon as we stepped outside, the atmosphere had shifted. The festival vibe, that carefree, chaotic energy, was gone. It had been replaced by something heavy and tense. The first thing we noticed was the noise, or rather the lack of music and the abundance of sirens. We walked down the street to get coffee and saw police patrols everywhere. It wasn't just a couple of officers directing traffic, it was a swarm. There were marked cars, unmarked vans, and officers on foot combing the area. We tried to walk toward the main road, the same one we had walked down just a few hours prior, but it was blocked off with police tape. Blue lights were flashing against the daylight, looking jarring and out of place. We were confused. For the previous 2 days, the police presence had been minimal, mostly just security guards checking bags. Now it looked like a war zone. We tried to ask a passerby what was going on, but nobody really knew. Rumors were flying. Some said it was a drug bust. Others said a fight had broken out. As we tried to navigate around the blockade to get to the festival entrance, we were stopped by a patrol. The officers weren't friendly. They were serious, on edge. They stopped the 4 of us and demanded to see our IDs. They asked us where we were staying, where we had been the night before, and specifically, what time we had walked home. When we told them we walked back between 4 and 5 in the morning, the officer's face hardened. He wrote down our names and told us to stay out of the taped-off area. It was unnerving. We felt like suspects, even though we hadn't done anything. We eventually made it into the festival, but the mood was dead. The news started to trickle in slowly, whisper by whisper, until the full, horrifying truth was revealed. It occurred that on Saturday night, or rather Sunday morning, at around 3 o'clock, a woman had been brutally murdered. The timeline was what made my stomach drop. We had walked down that exact road, past that exact spot, barely an hour or 2 after it happened. The woman had been at the festival just like us. She was there with a group of friends and her husband. They were having a good time, just like we were. But at some point in the night, she started to feel ill. Maybe it was something she ate. Maybe she had too much to drink, or maybe she was just exhausted. She told her husband she wanted to go home. He offered to go with her, but she insisted he stay and enjoy the rest of the night. She said she would be fine. It was a short walk. She left the safety of the crowd and began the walk back to her accommodation alone. She never made it. Somewhere along that dark, lonely road, the same road my friends and I had laughed and stumbled down, someone was waiting, or maybe someone followed her. The police report said she was grabbed on her way home. The details that came out later were the stuff of nightmares. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong, and it wasn't a quick attack. It was prolonged and brutal. The attacker had dragged her off the road. They found her body in one of the drainage channels that ran alongside the street. The condition of her body was what shocked the entire community. She was found completely naked. Her clothes had been ripped from her. Naturally, the first assumption everyone made was that she had been sexually assaulted, but the autopsy revealed that there were no signs of rape. This detail somehow made it even scarier. It meant the motive wasn't sexual gratification in the traditional sense. It was pure violence. It was rage. Someone had stripped her, terrified her, and then unleashed a storm of brutality upon her. She had been beaten severely. The medical examiner found extensive bruising and trauma. After beating her, the killer had choked her, squeezing the life out of her throat. But the final cause of death wasn't the beating or the strangulation. It was the water. After battering her and stripping her of her dignity, the killer had thrown her into the drainage channel. She was likely unconscious or too weak to fight back. She drowned in the murky, cold water of that ditch, alone in the dark, just a few hundred meters from where thousands of people were dancing to loud music. Her body was discovered later that morning, likely around the time we were waking up. When we put the pieces together, the realization hit us like a physical blow. The murder happened around 3 a.m. We walked past that spot between 4 and 5 a.m. That means her body was lying in that ditch, just a few feet away from us, as we walked home. It means the killer might have still been there. He could have been hiding in the tall grass, watching us pass. He could have been washing the blood off his hands in the water while we joked about the concert. The road was dark. We wouldn't have seen him if he was crouching down. The proximity was terrifying. The crime scene was only 200 to 500 meters from our path. If we had left the festival an hour earlier, We might have seen it happening. We might have heard her screams. Or, terrifyingly, we might have walked right into the killer while he was in the middle of the act. If my two female friends had decided to leave early on their own, just like that poor woman did, they could have been the victims. It was a game of chance, a roll of the dice that we survived, and she didn't. The investigation went on for months. The police combed the area, interviewed hundreds of festival goers, and checked CCTV from the surrounding businesses. But the location was rural enough that there were no cameras on that specific stretch of road. The DNA evidence, if there was any, washed away in the drainage channel or didn't match anyone in the system. The murderer was never found. To this day, 9 years later, it remains a cold case. Someone got away with beating and drowning a woman for no apparent reason and then vanished into the night. It was very sad and scary, especially knowing that it happened in such a tight time frame. The randomness of it is what haunts me. She wasn't targeted because of who she was. She was targeted because she was alone. If she had walked with someone, if her husband had insisted on going with her, this probably would never have happened. The predator saw an opportunity, a lone woman on a dark road, and took it. That weekend changed the way I look at the world. It stripped away that feeling of invincibility. I realized that safety is just an illusion we create for ourselves. Since then, I have become extremely protective of my friends. I always make sure that my female friends never go home alone. I don't care if it's a 5-minute walk. I don't care if they say, "If tonight's stories stayed with you, leave a like." Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.